It should be already pulled up, ready to go. Here's all of our saves. Hey Zork, welcome in. Yeah, we're playing MYST. We've been playing it for a few streams. Weekend streams here. There it is. Oh yeah, and last time we have this this save file right here with the yellow corner where everything got locked. But I made a new save that fixed it. So with that being said, let me turn our music down. I know this game doesn't have a ton of music. If we need to, we'll throw some lo-fi over top of it, but for now we'll just stick to the usual. The glitched file. Yeah, I'm keeping the glitched file. Hey bees, how's it going? Welcome in. Happy Sunday. All right, I'm gonna leave the audio here for now. Hopefully it's not too I don't know. I just feel like MYST can be weird with its audio. We're gonna have some sound effect that is unusually loud. I'm doing pretty good so far, yeah. This puzzle, I figured out a thing, so we're gonna crack the code today. I realized all too late that I was doing it wrong because it was unsolvable without pushing all the right buttons. So I will show you in a minute here. I don't want this flashlight on. Let me turn off the flashlight. But if you missed last time we played this, we spent a while in this room and then ended up going to Channelwood for a little bit, which I really liked. I still think we have to go back there, and we weren't able to solve this. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it now. The con, I don't know what that means. Zork, no. So basically, if you pull this one, the bottom two move. If you pull this one, the top two move. You have, I think it's 9 tries as this thing lowers down, and then you have to reset.
I love you so much. I love you, Bimo.
Bees,
Ring,
thank
ring.
you.
Hello? Football? This is Bimo. Oh, hello,
Enjoy the
Bimo.
Bimo
What
alert.
a wonderful surprise. Just want to say that I love you. I love you too. Goodbye. Click.
Thank you so much for the 1,000 bits. What the heck? Gotta get that emo. I'm glad you like the lore emo. I love it so much. Enjoy the heck out of it. Thank you. Thank you for cheering for humanity. If you've got that lore emote, go ahead and flaunt it. Always taking notes. We're taking notes for MYST. I have the notebook ready to go. So, we will begin. MYST convention. Really? No, I had no idea. Right on. I'm very new to MYST. I played Riven as a kid, and that's about all I know is the two games. Just seeing Interruptus, everyone spam it. Yes! Oh my gosh. It's too good. I appreciate how useful it is for the Interloper and for our Outer Wild streams, and I love seeing it out in the wild. That's why it's in the Discord too. Like, anybody can use it in the Discord. It's live online. Huh. Yeah, I had no idea. That's awesome. All right, so I showed you those 3 controls. That's what I thought were the only controls last time, but I learned just today, because I was very nervous we wouldn't make any progress, that if you hold this, it spins just the middle one. I can't believe we went that long without knowing it, but it's okay. I feel better about that than if I had just not, like, I don't know, been able to see something really obvious. It's just an annoying mechanic thing that I didn't try everything. I didn't press all the buttons. So now we should be able to solve it. That's all I learned, was that there's one extra function that we were missing. So now we can get after it. Using it constantly. Aww. Kind of important to be able to spin just the middle one. I know, and it didn't click for me until now. So what we need is 221. I have that written down. So we have to get some combination of 2 something 1, and then we can rotate the middle one as much as we need to. Hey, Hylian, welcome in. Sending human kindness from me to you. Thank you. Sending it right back at you. Happy Sunday. I can't remember, I have some notes in here with all the different number combinations that we saw, but I think pretty quickly we'll be able to get to one that we can use. No, you. This one I think gives us 221 right away on the right side. Yeah. So we want to... Oh, this right here. Oh, but I needed to hold it down. Already I messed it up. Okay. That's fine. I think we'll get it. 221. So then we want 223. Oops. And now we need to pull and hold this. Love a game that gets you writing things down. I know, me too. Sankari, welcome in. Good evening. It's good to see you. I need to take more notes in more games, because I always am like, oh, I should have written that down. And in this game, I started out writing it down from the beginning because it's just that type of game. Don't think I've seen the popsicle one. Sankari, the popsicle one is my favorite. Thank you for redeeming Human Hoodie. Let me go grab it. I can't believe you haven't seen it yet. I think it's just outside this room, though, so hang on. Okay, we're back. Of all of the hoodies, this one I wear the most off stream. It is so fluffy. And it looks like, the reason it's called popsicle is because it looks like bomb pop colors, like the red, white, and blue ones. At least that's what you all told me. It's got, to me, it's got a little bit more like orange and very pale yellow, but it works. So cozy. Hoodie time, I know. All right. Let's continue. Ready? Oh, I already messed it up. Oh, I'll get it. I'll get it. I choked. I'm so nervous that we're not going to get it, and it's literally the easiest thing now that we know how to solve it, but it's okay. The hoodie looks cozy. Hi, Chai Latte. Welcome in. How's it going? It is cozy. It's so comfy. I won't be able to keep it on the whole stream, but we will make good use of it for now. Finally, we got this dang puzzle. What did this do? Something on the outside? I hear a noise. What's happening out here? Nothing? It sounded like it was coming from out here. Is it inside this compartment? Hello? Oh, is it back in the other building maybe? My morning's cozy so far. I'm looking forward to a bit of MYST while having breakfast and coffee. Nice. I'm glad. It's a good chill game for morning coffee. It's just talking y'all through the puzzles as I try to solve them. What did that do though? I didn't think that was gonna be part of the puzzle, was figuring out what it unlocked. Maybe I need to keep doing the puzzle now that we only have half the gear. What if I reset it? Yeah, it closes it. Okay. Alright, we're gonna have to do it again. Interesting. Semi-Cortex, hi, welcome in. Yeah, super cozy. It made such a cool noise. I thought we were done. Oh, I know what this has to do something with the big gear on the other side of the island, right? I don't know why it's making the noise here, but it's got to do something bigger, right? Right? I want to believe. Also, now I do wish we had the flashlight, but it's not worth it to... Yeah, okay, this is open now. Thank goodness. We solved it in like 2 seconds once I figured out that mechanic. Speaking of mechanics, we go to the mechanical age. New place to explore. Ready? Okay. We have a bunch of notes from the book about the mechanical age from day 1. From the first hour of this game that we played on stream, I just sat writing a million notes from all the books in the library. Let me try to find some of them. This notebook, this is our old notebook, the tiny one, before I switched over to the big one. And this has Outer Wilds notes in it. It has, gosh. It has one-shot notes in it. Okay, hang on. Ta, welcome in. Thank you for the good luck. You're neato as well. It's good to see you. Here's MYST notes. Okay. Stone Ship, Rhyme. We haven't been to Rhyme yet. Selenetic. Mechanical Age. The notes I have from the book are Dark Sky, Lightning, Big City in the center. There were 3 hills. East Hill was the lookout, and that's all that remains. This was where the black ships attacked. And there were 6 survivors. So if we ever need to go back and read more about Mechanical Age, we can go to the library. Been playing Overwatch. Nice with your Mercy one trick. How is it? I haven't played Overwatch in a minute. Gotta climb the ranks, yeah. Rhyme is on my 2 playlist. Rhyme is the name of one of the islands in this game, but it's been on my wish list for so long. I was able to watch Bears play it for a little bit, but I didn't want any spoilers. Maggie, thank you for the host. Hello, it's good to see you. Happy Sunday. Okay, so we've got gears everywhere. This looks like maybe the lookout hill. There's a giant thing in the middle. This little puzzle here. Green, 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 red. Plus half circle, a bunch of different symbols. Wow, a lot of different symbols. Okay. We'll come back to that. Can I not? I can't cross here. That's like just a little overlook. We can go over here though. And walk up to this puzzle. It's not a puzzle, it's just a door. Okay. Ooh. How's that music? Too loud? We've got drums now. Interesting. Should I be writing down details of this spot? Mechanical Age. Big building in center. Okay. Santi, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Welcome in. There's like a throne. A checkerboard floor, a mask, some swords. I love that we're still following this, or that we're still holding this blue page. We're carrying it around with us everywhere. Fortress rotation simulator. Calibrating. Okay. So the thing in the middle is a fortress. What do these do then? Nothing yet? Okay. Okay, thank you. Does anyone here know about... Oh, there's a door here. What? Know about Moolah? I don't think so, no. Can I go through this tiny door? Yes? There's a cage. I guess, is this a light? It's a fuse? It's something turned on. There's a bunch of bottles, a knife. Oh, I got another blue page. Okay. That probably dropped the other one off from where we picked it up. I don't remember where that blue page is from. We've been carrying it around forever. Uru Live? Interesting. What's this? Oh, we're locked in here now. Cool, cool, cool. What is making that? Light up? Is it above us? Is there something else that I can look at? Aha! I can open this. But I can't further click on it. At least not yet. Do we want to do this again? Still don't know what that does. Please don't answer any of the questions. They're all rhetorical. I actually don't want any help solving it at all. No help or hints, please. But I will let you know if I am completely stuck by using the safe word. Thank you, Maggie. I don't know why... Like, I'm hovering the mouse over this box that I opened, but it's not giving me any other... Oh, there we go. It wasn't giving me another option to click. That's terrifying. Okay. Great. Wonderful. Don't like the skull in that? Me neither. It's very eerie. Kofsky, hi, welcome in. Hello, hello. Thank you for thanking the mods. MYST is good. We got through the bike lock puzzle. I'm so glad. We finally made it to mechanical age, so we're gonna make some progress today. That's the plan. I wanna know what is happening when we're doing this. It stays lit up right here. If I don't look over at it. Okay, well, I think I should just click on this door and it should open again, right? Yeah, we're good. There's nothing else to do in there. Not yet. It's this bench, some weapons. This is like very dungeon vibes. Helmet. All right. Let's keep going. Secret staircase? Does this help us rotate the fortress? It does something. It's got this dial, and then I don't think this display changed. It's a pretty technologically advanced island, yeah. Mechanical age. Did that do something to the room we were just in? No. Okay. Did that do something to this room? No, I don't care about the fortress rotation simulator quite yet. I want to go back in here. Okay, this all looks the same. Oh, okay. It's being very difficult to click out of this room. Did that change anything out here when we clicked it? Nope. Doesn't look like it. Where does this come out? It's a duck. It's a drinking bird. Okay, fun. The more I click this little lever here, the more it flaps its wings. Yeah, is it a chicken? Is it a duck? Is it a pigeon? I don't know. Here are the pieces from the starting island, though. The boat, the rocket ship. Hey, Requiem, how's it going? Welcome in. A painting. Okay. A telescope. Clock tower. Dice. There's so much to look at. What the heck? I should be writing all this down. No, I want to look at this throne. It has a chessboard. It's a music box? Can you hear the song it's playing? Does it end? Yeah, it plays it and then it closes. Okay. A wine glass. And this dial, this kind of sundial on the top of it. Is this another secret door? Yeah. Wine. Can I open these boxes, maybe? Oh, there was a red page. Now we have a red page. Mom the Human, hello, welcome in. Happy Sunday. It looks like we can't open any of these. Okay, let's go back through. Thank you, Sankari, for the hoodie redemption. I'm gonna swap it out. Thank you, thank you. CG, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. The nice thing about this one, it has a little quarter zip too, so it's easier to not have to take off my glasses. Ooh. Maggie, thank you for redeeming human kindness for CG. CG sending human kindness from me to you. I appreciate you. I'm thinking of you. I hope you have a fantastic Sunday. I'm glad that you are here hanging out with us and you make the community a better place. Thank you. Thank you. I want to know... Oh, that's right. I forgot I can free look. That's very helpful. CG, thank you for redeeming human kindness for Maggie. Maggie sending human kindness from me. to you. I appreciate you. Have a fantastic Sunday. It means a lot to me that you're here with us, hanging out. You also make the community a better place, and it's very good to know you. Sniped with kindness. Okay, so where does this lead? Back to the place we were before? Does it make one big circle? Yeah, we've got this room. A dial down here that maybe changes, like, I don't know, the telescope or something. I'm not sure how to check what that does yet. And then we want to see what this does too. Oh, it turns whatever this is. Okay, alright. Can I not walk around to the other side of this? No. So I think we have to turn that dial until we can go through that door. Actually loving the katanas? Oh, I don't know what that is. Okay, I wish this little dial here, does that change when I move this? Yeah, it does. That shows us the door is open. And it lights up red as this has changed color now. Okay. Oh, elevator. Let's go down first. Nope, doesn't want me to do that. Maybe because the door's open. It's buzzing. It's just beeping at me. Okay, I guess let's go up. This reminds me of the elevator behind the library. But I can't do anything in here? Oh, I can look up. What's that? Here, let me get my flashlight out so you can see. It almost looks like we should be able to go up again. Or it looks like if the elevator is down, we should be able to get to the controls on top. Maybe. But it's not letting me turn around. I can free look, but there's nowhere to go as far as I can tell right now. Can I look down on the ground? Nope, it just has me go back in. Why is this beeping at me? I didn't like that. Okay, we can't, it doesn't seem like we can go up again. And I don't like the way this beeps. Yeah, it's unsettling. I guess those are the only options we get. Okay, weird. I think it just shows us that those controls are on the top. That's it. So if we can get above the elevator, we can get to some kind of controls, maybe? But the controls on the top look like the same ones that are on the bottom that rotated around, that like open the doors, you know? Oh, I guess not. It looks a little different. Okay. This music is very intense. I feel like this island of all the other ones has more of a sense of urgency, which is sort of off-putting. This red light, scary masks. This thing. Okay, so this control. This is the simulator. I think fortress rotation is... This is a model of what the one above the elevator looks like. Can I ask you what you think of the brothers so far? You can ask me. I have turned in, I think, 1 page each of red and blue. And they both say the other one is lying. We've been procrastinating on making any decisions regarding the brothers so far. And I think that their father doesn't trust either one of them in particular. Let me find my notes too, because it's been a minute since we talked about the brothers. I'm trying to find where I wrote about them. Oh, Sirius says, release me from this book. Don't help my brother. I was wrongfully imprisoned. He's guilty. Akinar says... Oh, and the father says Akinar burned the books, but we don't know if that's true. Akinar wants blue pages, says that Sirius is lying, wrongfully imprisoned, retribution, and I think that's all I have so far. Very unsettling. Okay, so this thing, here, let me turn off the flashlight again. This simulator, what does this do? Anything? Oh. You can spin the red dial to different parts, but it says simulator. I don't know that it's doing anything or if it's just teaching us how to use the controls. Can I do this again? Yeah, I can spin it again. What if I end it in one of these half ones? Does it yell at me? No, it lets us do whatever. If I bring this, does it? It's weird. You can't use this one when the other one's down. Oh, interesting. Is this locked now? Oh, no. Huh. And it resets. What did it do? I didn't hear any noise associated with it. Okay, let's go back out here. Can we look up above the fortress? Not yet. I guess if I free look, we can. There's these little kind of gears up above it with some red dots. Some things that look like you could swipe a card through it. Adam, hi, how's it going? Happy Sunday. Let's look around here. Oh, it didn't like that. And is this just how we leave? Can we exit through the same way that we came in? No, I think we're stuck. As is pretty typical for when we go to a new island. Alright, let's mess with this. I don't think we've done anything with this yet. That looks like the symbol on the control room thing. No D&D today, so it means to get to hang out. Nice, we're glad to have you. I hope you're doing well. You got a little break from D&D today. How are you liking Ori so far? Triangles, split square things, mountains with a moon, ball sliding down a ramp, squiggly river, rectangle and triangles. Oracle, thank you for the resub. Welcome back to the human race. For 9 months, thanks for the prime. Enjoy your brand new 9-month Earth badge, your ad-free viewing, and your emotes. We're glad to have you. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Hi, Oracle. Maggie, thank you for the shout out for Adam. Ori's awesome. I channel my inner Jen and try to speedrun it even though I'm dying a lot. Nice. I think that's just par for the course. There's so many Ori deaths. And Ori makes that like little poof noise too. I can't remember if it has a death counter. I'll have to go check mine. It is vast. I haven't been running it lately either. We kind of went back to Hollow Knight last week. I bet you're crushing it though. It's such a beautiful game. People says it has a death counter. I dare not look at mine. Okay, now we're back to the beginning of these symbols. I feel like I haven't seen anything that looks like these yet. But maybe I missed them. Wait. Oh no. That's just offset. This is not like Channelwood in that we are stuck here. Actually, Channelwood does let you go home really easily, but not this place. Yeah, it's a puzzle game from, gosh, when did MYST come out? Who has that year on the ready? I should have looked it up. But this is like the remastered version. And I played the sequel when I was a kid. Fun, point and click, puzzle, I don't know, fun lore. So far, the story is about a father and his 2 sons opening up all these different ages with special books. Very vague lore so far. 93, nice. That sounds about right, yeah. Okay, these symbols don't really help us on this door. Rand did a quick playthrough Friday, sharing various recollections as part of this year's Mysterium convention. Hey Brant, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, we were talking about the convention a little bit earlier. I had no idea. Zork was telling us about it. Happy Sunday, welcome in. My puzzle point and click experience ends at Spy Fox and Putt Putt. Nice. Oh my gosh, we were talking about Spy Fox the other day. And I have Zoombinis on Steam now thanks to Ta. So we have to go back and do my first true love of point and click puzzles, Zoombinis. Yeah, it's on Steam. It's gonna be awesome. Every time we went to the computer lab, I was so stoked to play Zoombinis. 3rd grade love of my life, exactly. Zoombinis and Type to Learn were my life. But Type to Learn isn't really as endearing, just you got competitive with your friends of like who could do the faster words per minute. What is this? Is this like an Easter egg portrait? Who is this? Are there symbols here that I should be looking for? There's like flowers on the floor. It's pretty. The different pedestals have different shapes. The dice have different shapes. But does it mean anything? Yellow, blue, red. And it's Oh, I can't free look at that. Okay. Zumbinis, aka educational lemmings with arguably more existentialism. Hi, end dude. Welcome in. Remember 3rd grade computer lab? Yes. Did I tell you all I found that game? Did we talk about this? We were having, I think it was a MYST stream. I think it was our last MYST stream when all this happened, when we were talking about childhood CD-ROM games that we remember. And there was one that I was trying to describe to you, the one that talks about how to remember the different months of the year. And I found it, which is what led us to make the nostalgia channel in the Discord, because I ended up posting it. It's called The Great Math Adventure. I don't know if anybody else played it. Also, if you want to join the Discord and get in on the nostalgia shenanigans, here's a link for you. But it's just so funny, the obscure like games that you cling to. You're like, I have vivid memories of solving this ice cream math puzzle. I want the flower pattern as a rug. Isn't that a nice little rug there? I like it. Or design. I guess it's not a rug yet. This says 3:35, this clock tower? Right? Should I write that down? Maybe. It's either that or 7:15. It's kind of hard to tell. When is Math Adventure stream? Oh my gosh. I don't know. I don't know if we'll play it on stream. Okay, I'm still not seeing the symbols that we need. I see a lot of familiar stuff in here, but I haven't found it particularly helpful yet. Again, there's a secret panel that we went through and got a pink page, but there wasn't much else in there that I could tell yet. One CD-ROM game I always loved was Carmen Sandiego games. Yeah, good stuff. A close parentheses with no open, the programmer in me is twitching. Oh no! I didn't even notice. I'm so sorry. I'll have to fix it. I'm gonna have to write it down so I don't forget. That's so... You're the first person to ever point it out, too. I'm sure if other people have noticed, they haven't said anything. I'm glad I made it to stream. Missing would have been a mistake. Hi, Bren. Welcome in. We finally got the bike lock puzzle. I figured out what I was missing. Missing the mistake I had made. When a Zumbini stream? I'm not sure, Ta. I have a plan for next week's stream. It's either the Sunday, because we always do something different on Sundays, or Monday of next week, but I'm gonna announce that tomorrow. I think after we finish MYST, we should spend one puzzle Sunday playing Zumbinis. An unmatched left parentheses creates an unresolved tension. Oh no, Ta. What is Sneak by Glock puzzle? Alright, I can look through this again. I can't, from what I can tell, I can't like free look when we're looking in that. It just gives me one view. If I keep that lit up, does it do anything elsewhere? No, because the light goes out. Does anything else in the room light up when that's blue? No.
Yay.
Adam, thank you for gifting a sub to Endude. I appreciate it. Endude, welcome back to the human race, courtesy of Adam. Enjoy your Earth Badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Thank you, Adam. Appreciate it. Always missing off the right parentheses. I always have to go back and edit my post. Oh no. Let's play with this bird again. Does this do anything elsewhere if we make the bird spin? Oh, is this a wind-up toy? Yeah. Weird. This area so far has lots to look at and click. But so many things unresolved. Are there secret places on these?
Yay.
On these portraits to click? Bran, thank you for gifting a sub to Mihan. I appreciate it. Mihan, welcome back to the human race, courtesy of Bren. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Thank you, Bren. Thank you so much. Let's get some hype in chat. Y'all are popping off. Thank you. This puzzle... This didn't change anything on the outside. We turned it and we went upstairs and we didn't see anything new. Other than we can get into the elevator now. This room needs a pretty rug also. The point and click in me is feeling like I'm missing a hidden pixel somewhere. Scary mask, swords on the wall, lanterns. There's a red light here. I don't know what any of it means. I want to mess with this again. If I do anything with this, I think it resets it when we leave though. When you open it up, is it always pointing down? No, it's in the position last time that we left it in. Hypothetically, if you owned a Spy Fox game, would you play it? Yeah? I would play some Spy Fox. Is Spy Fox on Steam now too? Is that also like something they revived, like they revived Zumbinis? I haven't looked. I haven't wishlisted anything of that genre. We have also The Dig that I did purchase when it was like $1 on sale. Point and click, space, puzzle, story. I don't know. Point and clicks are so fun and just nostalgic and bring up lots of good conversations of like games and things that we all remember. Has been for some time. Okay, nice. Taking some notes. So we did this and it didn't change anything, right? Do we think maybe this changed the telescope in the other room? We can rotate the red dial. I wonder if this is supposed to be set at the same time that that clock is set, but we only get one red dial. It doesn't give us two hands of a clock. It's very interesting. Let me grab some water real quick. And these blue colors, blue throne, red throne. Twitch? That was so odd. It like didn't set off an alert or anything, but we got a hype train. Thanks. Thanks, Twitch. Alright. Yeah. From earlier, but very delayed from the events that set it off. Dance? Question mark? Is that one of those things that says a hype train is like nearby? Twitch is a bit tipsy today. Twitch cut off our audio earlier, I think. For no reason. Because I have had that problem with my mic at the beginning of stream before, but it wasn't that, it was just... I don't know. Having a fit. Okay, I was supposed to check this. Did this change at all? No. Everything here looks the same. Does this point somewhere new? No. I don't get it. I don't get it. Here's another portrait. Maybe we have to do something with the pages then before we can progress. Because we have all these red and blue pages that we have access to, but not other things. I don't really want to mess with the pages yet. I feel like I thought we were going to get more clues about the brothers. There is a lot of red and blue stuff in this particular island that maybe has to do with the brothers. A D8 and 2 D20s are in dice jail. Oh, you want to look at the dice more closely for me? My not knowledgeable dice, I don't know. Trav, thank you for the 308 bits. Thank you for cheering for humanity. I appreciate it. Enjoy that, Moogle. Yeah, dice jail. I don't know what's going on here. Free the Hedrons. Hey Fenris, how's it going? Welcome in. Oh, it got dark. It got very, very dark. I feel like there should be a ladder or something. Do we think now that we've messed with that simulator that the elevator room has changed? I don't think so. I don't think the simulator does anything. But let's go back and double check. We don't know how to get back to turn this page in. D8, D12, and D20. Nice. Thank you, Meggie. Apologies for not knowing my dice. This room we still can't do a whole lot with. And we can only go up here. And when we go up, we can look up at the ceiling. I think it looks the same as it did before. I have to turn on the flashlight for this. And that's pretty much it. I don't understand this beeping noise that the elevator door makes. I spent a few hours last night and yesterday morning finishing off a couple short games that had been on my yet to be finished list. Didn't expect to get all the feels from What Remains of Edith Finch. Have you played it before? I have not played it. It is on my, excuse me, I guess my wish list / backlog of puzzle games that I would like to play, but I don't know that I will play on stream. I've heard of it, yeah. Haven't played it myself. Definitely, like, we talked about it on stream. It came up in suggestions. Definitely darker, heavier stuff. Use games as a way to give me a reward after a couple hours of study, so I have guilt-free gaming. Nice. It's one of your favorites. One of the games I wish I could play again for the first time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Should we go back in one of these rooms and see if they've changed? No, looks the same. This is not dice jail, this is like actual jail. Click, 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 click. Excellent example of how a game can tell a story in a novel way, yeah. I want to know more about the story here, the universe here. We get these like little tidbits, and that's not really what I feel draws people to it in the first place, right? You want to solve the puzzles, you want to put all the pieces together, but I don't know that the narrative is something that that's not why I'm playing the game right now, if that makes sense. Does this ever stay in the up position? No. Close that again. Took about 5 hours to finish all up because I wanted to look at all the things, kept zooming in on everything. Gotcha. Makes sense. Something is bound to click while we're looking at all this stuff, right? Enjoy those level 1 hype train emotes. Oops. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for the support. It's a cute little dog. The hype train emotes have been a lot cuter these days. Lots of animals. I'm one of those who want to explore as much as possible, which makes for a longer gameplay, but more often more rewarding. Yeah. I'm like that a lot of the time too. Not always, but I feel like in games where I know, okay, I think we're supposed to go to this room next, you can tell that's the progression is like continue this direction. I purposefully am like, if that's where they want me to go, I'm not going there. I'm doing everything else in the room before we cross through that door. Just to make sure I don't miss anything. And I still miss stuff, but you know, I try. Blue and red, and blue and red. And red elevator. Okay, let's go down here again and see if there's other ways that this can turn that help us, I guess. No. There's only gonna be one way. I think. It seems like it. Oh, I don't know. What if we turn it exactly opposite? Like that. But it doesn't light up in that satisfying way to make me think that we can use this for anything. I'm not seeing things that just scream like hints, puzzles, solutions. Here, we can click on this music box again. We can move around while it's playing. We can make this wind-up toy go while it's playing. That's it. What is this throne for? Can we sit on the throne? No. I don't know. I don't know. The throne is for me. Okay, well, I'll gladly accept. This wants me to, it wants me to look at these paintings. Okay, here's mountains. Mountains, royalty, birds, more royalty. Oh, that was weird. And nothing happens when these light up? Why do they give me so much stuff to click? And I can't use any of it. Where's the puzzle? All that we got in here was a pink page. There's coins on the floor. Oh, there's like a scroll? Aha! Finally. Okay, Cirrus. Your greed sickens me. You desire for wealth, and plunder is never? Oh, your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct my subjects not to pay your new tax, and you know they'll listen to me. Regards, Aguinar. Let's screen capture it. The crystal in the glass case reminds me of how magnetite crystals grow on occasion, yeah. Okay, hang on. I gotta screen capture this note so that I don't have to write down the words word for word, if that makes sense. We have a whole folder in my Twitch pictures just for MYST. I'll write this as brother's note. Cool. Back to the game. So what else can I click on that I've missed? MYST, oh god. This opens, right? No. None of these do, it looks like. Click, 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 click. But that clue doesn't tell us one way or another which brother is, like, good or bad. It just tells us about attacks. Are these supposed to be the people we've read about in the books that are in these paintings? There's something in this that I'm supposed to be seeing that I'm not? Just found Aguinar's instructions for filling out Cirrus's 1040. Yeah, that's it. Doesn't really help us. I'm seeing what I want to see, right? Like there's one of these this like triangle here, and then there's a painting of mountains, so I want that to be the mountain symbol, and there's that like almost complete circle symbol that was on the other room where we rotated for the elevator, but none of them are answering anything. It's just like, ooh, that symbol, maybe that's it. I feel like this throne should be, this like sundial should be something. Admiral, how's it going? Welcome in. Maybe we will get lost in the mist today. We're already a little bit lost here. Oh, I didn't want to turn around. I wanted to keep looking at this throne. But when you see the cursor, when it's pointing like back like that, it means that we're just gonna turn around if I click. Gonna have a long hot shower to warm up, so I'll be away for a bit. Okay, chai latte sounds good. Get nice and warm and cozy. I can't click. But see, the cursor has deceived us before, but it's never deceived us when it showed that like pointing finger. It's only deceived us when it's shown the hand holding a page. Like sometimes if it's holding a page, you can still click on stuff, but not here. I want to click on this wine glass. Nothing. Okay. Such familiar monuments. This clock tower. Just the same as the one we went into to get in here. This boat. From Stone Ship. Can I click on it? Does it have secrets? Boat, tell me your secrets. No, this is how we got to Selenetic. The one with all the sounds. Can't click on it. What about these things in the center? These like bowls? I don't know. I don't like that we're stuck here. I don't like that it's so dark out. Oops. Make it daytime again, please. Is there anything on these poles, these pillars? Is there anything... Like, can I look down at this and press these buttons? No, I don't think so. It's only letting me walk forward. It's interesting that you can stop so many places along this bridge, but I don't know that that means anything. Gears everywhere. Oh, it almost looked like those ones were moving for a second, but I think it was just because I was free looking. The lighting sort of changed. Anything I can click here? No, it's just moving me around. Oop, that was weird. Didn't like that. It really just wants to snap back to that camera setting. Can we walk somewhere new here? No?
Yay.
Hey Tall, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Thanks for the resub. Welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your brand new 2-month Earth badge, your emotes, and your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you, and thanks for the good luck. I appreciate it. Yeah, the puzzles are intense in this one. See, here's the symbols we're working with. I want to see these everywhere, but I don't think we've actually seen them yet. How's Subnautica going, friend? I've been trying to watch, but also trying to not get too spoiled. And I love that you've been changing up the music, because I feel like I'm gonna have to do the same thing if I get scared. I'm gonna have to put on some like goofy, chill music to get through that game. See this? Okay, the flashlight doesn't help here. That like circle, that incomplete circle is what the elevator button looks like. But that's it. We haven't seen any of these other ones. So deep and scary, yeah. It's got a, from what I've heard, it's got a really intense and interesting story, which you wouldn't think when you first play it. You're like, oh, I'll swim around, you know, look for water, look for food. But it's, there's a little more to it than that. I feel like there should be a book right here on this platform that we could use to get back, but sadly, there is not. Let's go here. Will it let us walk further out here? No. Fun segmented exploration, get a real sense of literal depth and danger, and a surprisingly complex story. Awesome. Very cool. I know a lot of people love it. I know a lot of people were very excited for, it's called Below Zero, right? The new one? I feel like it sort of had a revival when the new one came out. A bunch of people started playing it for the first time because they knew that there was a sequel on the way. Which happens for a lot of games. No surprise there. Well, we are trapped on the mechanical age for now, it seems. Something's gonna give here. Does anyone know what to do with downloads? I'm not sure quite what you mean, Zork. Okay, let's turn the flashlight back off. Any more secret panels? We can stand just inside the doorway like this. Anything in the hallways? No, this is the first area that just... No, but that's not true. Channelwood was like this too. You could walk around, but there wasn't really anything to do. Aside from gather pages. The word for when I need help is safe word. So I'm not at that point yet. I wish there was something we could do here too. Turn the flashlight on from that screen? No, you can't. Oh, that was weird. And what's the word for when you need wine? I don't know. Cheers, maybe? Hey Parker, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, we've gotten to some other ages. We're doing okay. We did Selenitic and Stone Ship without too many hiccups, but we've slowed down considerably. BRB, yeah, that's a good one too, Ed dude. How long do these stay lit if I don't walk away? Just a few, like a couple seconds. Beer RB. I get that there's a lot of stuff with red and blue. I don't understand. We haven't seen a whole lot of gold or yellow. We've seen mostly red and blue shaded things. Love the idea of a hint safe word. Oh my gosh, yes. Like, I saw so many people use it before I decided to make one too. It's something that, like, if you do first playthroughs or spoiler-free playthroughs, you absolutely need some kind of, like, a hint word. It's so helpful. Stopping by between Mysterium convention streams, but Zork might have already mentioned Mysterium. Yeah! So this is, like, happening right now, today, and we decided to stream MYST today. I feel so, I don't know, out of the loop. I gotta check it out. I feel so silly. Just casually playing MYST with no connection to to the convention, but need to get in on that. Can watch the panels afterward. Okay, right on. Thank you for thanking the mods, Tal. Here, I want to play with the drinking bird again. It's not really a drinking bird. How long can we click this for? It seems infinite. You're just gonna go the rest of our playthrough, okay? Okay. The bird with the creepy human eyes, yeah. It's something. Okay, let's... Is this something to do with, like, color, maybe? You're red. And this is red. No. There's just so many things in here that stay activated for just a second. Like, there's the lever you pull and the spark flashes for a second. There's the bird that goes for a little bit. These light up for a second or two. This we can look through, but it doesn't show us anything. It's fuzzy. Do we need to clean it? Can I clean the other end of it? Doesn't look like it. Kind of reminds me of medieval artwork where the artist clearly had no grasp on drawing anything that isn't human. Yeah. Medieval artwork where even babies look like full-grown human adults and have proportions like them. Wait, is there something on the side of that bird? Or is that just a wing from a different angle? Yeah. It's a wing. There is something on the side of it. I feel like I don't want a case of what happened last stream, which was just wandering around. Ooh, I just got a Charlie horse in my foot. Ow. Foot cramp. Okay, that's fun. I will not sit on my ankle for the rest of stream. What was I saying? Oh, maybe not doing what we did last time, which was just wandering until we decided to end stream, and maybe ask some trusted community members to craft a hint for us. If it comes to that. We did mess with this and we flipped the elevator around the other direction. I don't think it changed anything. It made me wonder if there's stuff that you can see from the outside when you turn this, but so far can't really tell any difference here. Is it big brain time? We're trying to big brain it. Babies are easy. They have a few expressions: very happy, very sad, confused, and pooping. Yeah, that's pretty accurate for babies. This lights up red. This lights up red, this little button here. The elevator's red. This is red in here. Remember having a tough time figuring this one out? Yeah. I think so far this is something that we can interact with, but I haven't been able to tell if it makes a change around the island. So I don't know. Let's mess with this some more since we can. Oh, that's weird. You want to work for us? There we go. I think this is what it started in. Ooh. Was this position? Does that change like the overall diagram of the fortress when I move it? It says simulator though. And it's got like the big fortress in the center, the little offshoot thing to the left, and then based on wherever my red is where that dial moves around to. This one doesn't do anything unless the one on the left is raised. And if I do this, I think it snaps back. Yeah. If you don't do a complete dial, it snaps back. Weird. And it makes different noises. It makes noises that remind me of that one awful puzzle at the end of Selenitic. Also, we've got some colors here. We've got blue in the middle. Red, some green, some yellow. It's got these arcs on the sides. Got this. Oh no, I didn't want to click that. Okay, well, calibrating. But see, that time the diagram when it starts up, the red thing was still pointed straight down. Is it straight down every time? I don't know. I feel like it is because it's a simulator, because it's not actually rotating the fortress. Took a look at current Mysterium event. Someone's doing a speed run, except they're using a piano as controls. That's so cool. Kind of looked like a stylized eye. I'm gonna go through here, I think, again. I don't know. Oh, is there something we can see from this angle that we couldn't see before? We're just crouching on the floor here. It's like, I wish it was... Oh, there's something underneath that chair. I don't know if we can touch it. I wish I was playing it co-op and you had the other person like, okay, touch this in the other room. Now see what happens in this room when I do that. It's not that kind of game. Can we click on this chain on the ceiling? This, like, ring? No. I don't think so, sadly. Keyboard is on the fritz again. Oh no! Keyboard, please. No acting up. Oh, it's so dark. It's making me wonder, okay, do we stay inside the fortress or do we go out of the fortress? Do we focus on one room or do we keep kind of trying to piece things together from separate rooms? It makes me want to look at the top of the elevator again. We've done this several times now though, and I don't know that the elevator holds any secrets for us. Is it just super dark, super scary? Every time we come in here. Flashlight. Look up at these controls. It looks like that's the fortress rotator up there. The real one. The real deal. And if we turn the button in the basement, we can make the different, like, doors rotate different ways. But that still doesn't help us get up there, I don't think. I wish there was, it feels like there should be a secret door in this room so that we could like raise and lower that staircase, you know, and get to the top of the elevator. That's what we gotta do, right? Use brain matter? Yeah, use your brain. That's what it wants us to do. We're trying. And you can't, I mean, you can turn and face the wall, but there's like, it doesn't let you click to that screen, so there's nothing to click on that's a secret panel or anything. You can't look down. You can only enter the elevator and exit. Can we send you vibes? Yeah, sure. Send all the brain vibes. All the good vibes for good thinking. Send all the energy. Oh, wait.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. That now do we know that that's why that button is making that timer noise? Because we can jump out after we press it? Yes. All right, fine. That's so weird. Why would an elevator have that? I guess because it has controls on top of it, but at least we know how to use these now. Supposedly. Zork, thank you for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. And thanks for the vibes. Alright. How do we know where it's at? And how far to rotate it? And what does this red button do? Oh, it sends it back up. Okay. Is there a way to tell how far we've turned it? Do I know what my end goal for rotating this even is? We're trying to get to that other island on the outside, I think. I don't know. I'm already ready to like go take a look. Let's do this one more time though. What a strange elevator. Is this like a little panel underneath there too that we can look at? You want one in your house? I feel like it's not the most practical, but you know what? Why not? Oh, that still does something even though the left one's not turned. Weird. Looks like a face? Yeah, kind of. Hey, Wolf, how's it going? Alright, I don't know. Let's just go see. It doesn't look like there's any kind of a dial here to tell us. Maybe I'm just supposed to hold the button until it stops, but I'm gonna go check. I didn't think this plan all the way through, clearly. Yeah, like a little just flatline face. Did anything in these rooms change while we were doing that? I don't think so. Here's our little simulator that helped us learn. But now I think this bridge is not gonna be... Yeah, because we barely moved it. Oh. No, this was good. Is it connected now? How did we get so lucky? I don't know. Glad we've got our handy flashlight though, because it's still way too dark. Is this the way home? Symbols! Yes! Okay. I'm writing it down. Everyone, get your notes ready. Oh wait, I can't use the small notebook anymore. The small notebook is really cute. It looks like the emote, but I ran out of space because it's small. We've got 2 cards with like a gap to the left of them, I want to say. Because the symbol at the start of the island is 4 in a row, so maybe these are the last 2. I don't know for sure. But it's the 3 mountains one. And then the half circle. Okay. On a red button. These two are on a button together. Interesting. I like it. Let's keep going. That's where we started over there. You really can't see anything. It's so dark. It's not quite as dark for me, but in OBS it looks like you can barely see anything. I apologize. The brightness settings are mostly good for everything else so far. Okay, let's do a lap and see if anything else in here... Oh, something in here did change. We want to go look at the telescope, right? For every rotation that we do, we should look at the telescope. Did the time on the clock change? No. It's almost like there's a blinking light out there. Maybe just a star. Okay. Back to the elevator. Much fun. Oops, wait. Press the button, walk out. It sounds like a stopwatch, like that you're pressing 2 of the buttons at the same time to like reset the timer on. I think that's where they got that sound effect. Okay, let's do this. I don't know how long to do it for. Oh. That was weird. I don't know that I learned everything I was supposed to learn from the simulator. That might have snapped us back to the same location. On accident. I'm doing lots of circles. Is this new or old? I think this is new, right? Yeah. What does this one say? This looks like the other two cards, potentially. And they are the Unfinished Circle and spikes with a pillar in between. Also on a red button, so I don't know that the red button matters. Maybe it's just rust. I dreamed I was playing the Outer Wilds DLC, but forgot what it was about when I woke up. Even my brain's dream section was protecting me from spoilers. Oh my gosh. Good, no spoilers. You're only gonna be able to play it once. I'm guessing this is 1 and 2. Cool. Oh, the clouds are clearing up. Look at the pretty stars. Let's go back and look at the telescope. And is that it? It's just these 3 spots that we can go to, I think. It's over here, right? Yeah. Nope, I don't want to look at the boat. Can't really see anything from this. More stars. Do you think if we just sit here long enough, we'll see something? Maybe that's the last location, the 4th location. There's no island to go to, but we can look at something with the telescope? Could be. Do these change when we move stuff? No, these are the same. Okay, back we go. Maybe we can't do anything with the telescope until we put in the code on the first island. Who knows? But we'll try first, since we're already here. Oh, did that move it far enough? I don't know. Oh, it'll snap it. Okay. I think that's helpful. I think as long as I move it a little bit, it'll snap it to the closest one, which hopefully will be the last one that we need. If not, we'll just mess with it some more. I don't quite have this down, but I think I get it better than I did before. Here, let's go check this first this time. Anything new? No, nothing new, but we might not have moved it correctly. Let's go check. I don't think I moved it far enough. Okay. Right? Because this is the same one. Being overly cautious to check again. Alright, cool. It's the same one. So we gotta move it a lot more. Click. Click. I still don't want to turn on keyboard for movement, but that could speed this up a little bit here. We were too cautious. Okay. Do we think that was enough? Oh, it only went back a tiny bit. Okay. Oh, I wonder if each of the positions all makes a distinct noise. That would make that very helpful. That was a new noise I don't think we've heard yet. Huh. That would be something fun to play around with the simulator. Okay, now I want to test that. Sound cues, go figure. Oh my god! It's the ship! It's the ship with the black ship with the evil flags that we read about in the book. Why would you put that there? That's very disturbing. So who do we think that is? It's scary. I'm gonna look one more time. What is this? Who are you? Is it one of the brothers? Do we know? Can we go out here, or is that the only thing we can do is look around? I think disturbing was the goal, yeah. Creepy. What happens if we go, is this our exit? We still haven't found a way to exit. No. They're messing with us. Well, now we can go back to the start and input the code that we have. I don't think anything else in here is going to have changed. Let's look around here. I need help. I thought opening doors was the polite thing to do, but when I did... Oh, I've seen this one before. That's weird. I don't know that that's appropriate for chat. I'm not really sure what you're getting at. Probably trying to get me to read something and make a fool of myself. Did anything change in here? Oh, I want to test what we learned from the simulator. So this is, we want the noise that makes that like weird reverse sound. Oops. I think maybe this one. Go a little bit further. Yeah, here. Yep. That's the final position. I know the flashlight is distracting, sorry. And then if we go one more time, it's gonna be where we started. But if you go to all the other ones, you'll hear... Oops, shoot, I messed it up. Here, let me turn off the flashlight. If you go to the other ones, you'll hear the other noises that we heard along the way. That's pretty cool. It's pretty clever. Took me a while to get there, but we got there. Does this snap to here? No? Weird. This is like stuck now. Ari, hi, how's it going? Welcome in. It's so good to see you. Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What were you doing today?
Yes.
Thank you for the shout out, Maggie. Oh my gosh, playing Bloodborne. How are you liking it? That's terrifying. Hero, welcome. Thank you so much. Hi, friends. Co-host, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. I'm Jen the Human. I am working on MYST. We do puzzle games here. We do wholesome and peaceful exploration and logic. And we're having a time trying to figure out these puzzles today. Don't mind me just sharing some love. Hey, Shrill Goblin. We beat the first boss after 12 hours of gameplay. Oh my gosh. Bloodborne broke you? Genesis, hi, welcome in. I remember my mom used to love this game. I've played the sequel, but I never played the original, so I'm really excited to be playing the original. This is the remastered version. If you're not familiar with MYST, it's like a CD-ROM, PC, puzzle game. Also, I think it was on maybe like PlayStation in the 90s, and We're reliving that today and loving it and reveling in it. So excited to see you play it. We have gone to, if you're familiar with the game at all, we've gone to let's see, Stone Ship Age, Selenitic Age, Channelwood Age, and we're in Mechanical Age now. So we've seen several different ages so far. I'm shocked I wasn't following you already. Llama mentions you. You're cool. Oh, thank you. You're cool too. Welcome. I guess I missed it. If you're over here watching me and you're not already following Ari, please go check out our channel, spread some human kindness, send love, and thanks again for the raid. I appreciate it. I am looking at this puzzle that we just solved, but we're like toying with it a little bit to kind of see if the assumptions we made were correct, but yes. Oh, there we go. Now it's working.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and that snapped us back to start. So that like little cowbell noise is what we want to hear when we do the puzzle on the elevator one more time to know that we got back to the start. Parker, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. And there shouldn't be anything else left to do in here. Right? This is still going to show the ocean. Yeah, we just need to go back to the elevator room. Okay. Lots of things that we were able to look at and interact with. Not lots of things that ended up being the puzzle on this island. At least not that we can tell so far. Oh, I walked too far. It's so well hidden, this giant doorway in the middle of the hall. Going up. I forgot to push the button. Sending it back down. Okay. That should be enough. Yep, and that's the noise we want to hear. Nice. They don't give you a chart to look at to reference where you are on the dial, but they give you the noise cues. Like that other puzzle that we did that we didn't like quite as much as this one. Let's get out of here and put these symbols in the right spot. We're going the long way. I want to know what this throne is all about, though. Very curious. Now we need our flashlight again. Well, it's gonna be lit up in a second, and actually it seems like the sky's a lot lighter now. We're coming around to dawn again. All right, we've got the first one's already in the spot that it needs to be. Looking at my notes, unfinished circle, then the one with spikes and a rectangle between them. That's what that is. Then we've got the mountains, coming up with my own names for these, and then the half moon. That's it. This should work. Yes. Now, is this just going to be our exit, though? Yeah, I think that's just our exit. So, I wonder... I'm going to have to read all the books in the library again. I want to know how we're supposed to figure out which of the pages to return, because I haven't been returning any of them, which just means we're gonna have to come back for more pages. And we've got pink here. I don't remember if there was even a blue that we were able to pick up here. But if we're grabbing pink, pink is for, let me check my notes again. I write this down? Aguinar wants blue, Sirius wants pink. Juan, how's it going? Welcome in. Happy Sunday. This music is nice. We're about to go back to silence, though. Are you going to save before final decision? Oh, yeah. We haven't... yes, we will save before final decision. We should make a file where, like... I have all but the final page. Because I don't want to have to redo a bunch of legwork and put all the pages in multiple times. I'm already going to have to redo, like, every level to go get the pages again. Because I'm indecisive. What's also interesting... Okay, let's go look at the library. We've got Channelwood, Stone Ship. This is selenitic, right? Yeah. With all the noises. This is Rhyme, which we haven't seen yet. Which maybe we can't see until we make a decision? I'm not sure. And here's Mechanical. This is where the dark pirates are. Oh, look, you can see the little elevator chamber in the middle, the symbol. What did I write down about Mechanical Age when we played this before? I wrote... Not enough. Not enough about the attack at the end. We are building up the old city's ruins, which will provide a perfect foundation for our fortress. Oh, there's like the staircase that we saw. My sons have been spending time on the South Island. We read all this before, but I'm rehashing. The enemy is due in 4 months. Rest between 3 hills, which are now only islands. Yep. Inside the fortress, I've designed a most intriguing device. Makes use of a technology called holography I began experimenting with on my visits to Aspermere. It will be working a couple days after I compensate for some small miscalculations. This holographic device will enable the survivors to learn to use the fortress. So this is just telling us how we use those like levers to turn the fortress. Power and track slope. It wasn't really that complicated. We just sort of pulled the levers and it ended up working. Oh no. Maybe I did it wrong. Loki, hi, welcome in. It's good to see you. All my notes for study just tipped off my desk. Oh no, Chai. The enemy is due to come soon. This is where we just were. The black ships have come. Their attack was substantial. My nose is so itchy today. I think it's the cats. There's cat hair. They must be shedding. They're always shedding. Their weapons have been stopped and it appears they've turned away in defeat. Last night we had a small celebration. My sons did not understand why the sky had not turned back to its original blue. The old man told them that the storms would never end until the enemy was destroyed. I assured my sons that a blue sky was not worth the risk of death, and they seemed to hear me. Oh, right. The thing with the sky. And this was when we started to get kind of bad vibes about the suns because they wanted to completely wipe out the enemy. I believe in my travels I've found a substance that will ease the pain of their bone ailments that they have long endured. I hope to return to mechanical age one day and find the population growing and my fortress still strong. Though the sky may always be black, I am confident the people here feel a heavier darkness have been lifted. There's no people anywhere anymore. We don't know what happened. You have curtains and masks made of the fabric pattern, really? With the black ship symbol. Have you read all the books, Parker? I've been asked about the books. I'm not familiar, but maybe when we finish MYST, I'll get into some books. Okay. Done with this for now. You've read the books, they're pretty decent. Nice. This doesn't have anything that we need yet. This is the one with all the squares. No, there's just the one with the squares is right here. We don't know what this is yet. Especially like the Book of Tiana. Good to know, good to know. Stuff that I'll be asking you all about once we finish, probably. So then, let's read about Rhyme again. I'm gonna skim. I'll read little bits here because we did go through all this the first stream and it's a lot. But I don't know how we're supposed to get here. This ice place. It's silent. The wind blows on occasion. Provide the environment I need. The cold environment. Talking about the book, creating the books. I never assumed I'd be able to build fast. The speed at which I'm progressing is disappointing. Sirius has spent the last few days helping me with the beginning phases of construction. He seems to enjoy the ice and cold weather. He's intrigued with the crystals. Sirius and I found a spot to view the lights. I feel like there's a bias there. That Sirius was the one that helped. Oh, he was so helpful. He did everything with me, but that means Sirius knows things about Rhyme that maybe Aguinar doesn't. Although I've decided after tonight that I would like to add an observation post. I've decided to take a break. Okay. I'm fairly certain now that temperature has an effect on the crystals. I don't know what this really means. Capture a blurry image within a book. Though the link would never work, there was clearly an age on the other side. I can hardly wait to tell Catherine. Oh, there's a cat at the door that wants to say hi to you all. She heard me talking about her shedding. I long to spend more time with Aguinar and Sirius. Besides all of that, there are far away in the back of my mind the thoughts of my people in our lost city. Ta, thank you for the cat cameo. I appreciate it. You heard her. Yeah, she'll get to say hi. Let's do a quick cat cameo. Where is the... All my scenes are in like different spots in OBS lately. All right. Here's BB. Come here. Come say hi. Come hang out with Cat. She knows. She knows that when I'm talking about her. If she meows, she gets to come say hi. I think she's enjoying MYST so far. There's her little fluffy toe beans. See? What do you think? You just cuddly? You want attention? Yeah? Look, she's all snuggled up. Look at the floof. Hi, what you doing? You want to purr into the mic? Tell Chad that you appreciate them? Thanks for using those channel points, Ta. To give everybody a nice little cat cameo. Alright. She's like, I don't know, now I kind of want to get back to napping. You did good. You did real good. sending human kindness and kitty kindness. Hey Tunes, yeah, you did enter to a kitty. Just in time. There we go. Get to see your little nose. Alright, I will be right back. Thanks everybody. I actually think this is a good time for us to take our stream break. Because I'm getting a little hungry for a stream snack, and then I can give the cats a snack too and hang out with them for a minute before we jump back into MYST. So thank you friends for hanging out. We've made really good progress today. We're gonna see if we can get to rhyme, and then we need to make decisions on these pages because maybe we can't get to rhyme without the pages. I don't know yet. Yeah, Zork, we finished mechanical. Well, finished mechanical, but I haven't figured out which pages I want to return yet. I still don't know. And we did see what was in the telescope, which was very creepy. The kitty animations are adorable, the two forming a heart. Aren't those so sweet? Okay, friends, stretch if you need to, grab a snack, water, whatever. I appreciate you all so much. See you soon. This one. Welcome back, humans. We are sufficiently snacked and hydrated and stretched. Hope you had a good break. Let's get back into the game. Hi, friends. The cats have been attended to, getting all the scritches. I'm gonna open this back up here. It should register in just a second. I'm gonna turn the music off for now. Although we may need it if we're gonna be brainstorming. I don't know yet. Thanks for the welcome back. What's our plan here? What's our game plan? I think maybe listen to the recordings of the brothers again, since we haven't in a long time, and my notes on the brothers are kind of vague. Even though the recordings are, I don't remember if they're super loud or they're just kind of odd. So heads up for that. It's just like they talk to you through sort of a hologram and they sound a little scrambled. It's nothing alarming. Just hard to hear, hard to make out what they're saying. And then, oh yeah, and we've got a torn page. Man. I'm wondering if we'll find something new. Also, it looks like part of this, one of these levers was pushed down, even though we didn't push it down. We've got a torn page that tells us which of the levers to leave up and which of the levers to push down, but we only have half of it. And I'm wondering when we're gonna find the other half and where it's gonna be, because maybe that tells us how to get to rhyme. I'll show that on the screen when we get to that point, but first let's watch the brothers. Okay, let's watch Blue first. I'm writing in my notebook. Brothers. And then... yeah, I need to take better notes for them because it's not... I didn't do a great job. Sirius wants pink pages, so Aganar is gonna be the first one that we watch. Blue book. Aganar.
Yes! 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 Yes!
Nitrix, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Does the game have captions for the brothers? No, I wish it did, Chai. We tried to turn on some captions for, like, I think the initial projection pool that we had, and there aren't any, which is not cool. I will do my best to at least read through my notes afterwards, and then the Twitch captions will kick in. But yeah, they could do to include that. Love the alert, thanks. Big Adventure Time fan. Alright, let's do this. Ready? Blue. Here we go. See if it's loud.
You've returned. returned.
Turned.
Pages, rescue me. I'm Akinar.
A Mackinac. Okay, yes,
My brother,
hello.
I beg you. To be complete. Always blue pages. Listen to him.
Don't listen to him.
Not listen to my brother. An egotistical fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. The red ones. Don't bring the red ones. I implore you. I've been wrongfully imprisoned. You must leave. I will have my retribution. Please bring me the blue pages. Pages, please.
I'm writing all this down. Pages, please. Okay, here's what I wrote. You've returned. I beg you, don't listen to him. My brother Cirrus. Egotistical fool and a liar. Bring me the blue pages. I implore you. I was wrongfully imprisoned. I will have my retribution. Pages, please. Creepy, but I like it. Super interesting. So we're holding a pink page. What I think I want to do is turn in this pink page that we have and maybe one more blue page, and then we'll be able to understand. We'll get more to listen to because we know there's more than one more page for each book. I think we have to turn in some more to get more clues. I wonder what would be the best way to caption dialogue that's partially obscured by static. Yeah, that's interesting. I vote Akinar, but as an Akinar cosplayer, I'm biased. No hints, no tips, no spoilers, but I also get what you're getting at, Parker. Thank you for the notes. Of course, absolutely. Glad to read back what I heard. There's like a couple other things sprinkled in there, but it's mostly help me, bring me the pages. That's about it. Blue. Blue, not red. Don't bring the red pages. But we're about to turn in a red page because I want to hear more clues. No, I know it wasn't a spoiler. Yeah, I just meant like if anybody else is reading what you wrote and wants to tell me who to pick, don't tell me. Okay, so we're turning this one in. Let's see.
Have returned. Additional page. Free from my prison on this forgotten island of MYST. I see that you are. I am called Cirrus. I need all the red pages. I know. Must search and bring 2 more for the red pages. I am released. I promise. Don't touch the blue pages. That is where my for my wicked brother, Akinar. He is a man of distorted mind and senses. He disgusts me. Do not release Akinar. Thirst for destruction is not. Never ending. Bring the red paper. You please release me from this prison. Promise you will be greatly rewarded. Must help me. Tell me.
Is that it? Okay, gosh, I couldn't even talk during that one. There was so much to write. This is what I've got. You've returned with an additional page. Free me from my prison on this forgotten island of MYST. I'm Cirrus. We already knew that. I need the red pages. You must search and bring 2 more. So now we know how many are left. I'm guessing 3 blue pages are left and 2 red are left. Don't touch the blue pages. Are gonna release my wicked brother Aguinar, whose distorted mind and senses. He disgusts me. His thirst for destruction is nigh, I think is what he said. And then something never ending, and it kind of like cut out. And then he says, please release me. I promise you'll be greatly rewarded, which I want to look at that screen capture of the thing with the money, and I wonder if Cirrus is the richer of the 2 brothers or something like that, if he's kind of got some money angle to all of this. Cirrus, red book. Who's younger? I'd have to go back and read. I'm not sure. Okay. So now... Oh, I don't want to go back to Selenetic because I don't want to do that puzzle again, but we at least have a map for that puzzle to get out. Unless you can come back by music. I don't think you can come back by music. I wish you could. This is our map, though, for Selenetic. We've showed this off before. It's really annoying. Oh, and it's hard to show with the lighting, but... Okay. Let me show you a couple things we took screenshots of. So, do I still have a source for this? No, but it's really easy to make one. It's gonna be rather, rather large. Pictures, Twitch, MYST, and then the one we took today, let's show this first. Oh, it's not too big. Okay, perfect. Is right here. So this says, Cirrus, your greed sickens me. Okay, yeah, Cirrus is the richer of the 2. Or there's like a money aspect to Cirrus. Doesn't necessarily mean richer, but it means there's like this almost bribery. Like, oh, if you release him, you'll be rewarded with money. If you release me, your desire for wealth and plunder is never satisfied. I will instruct my subjects not to pay your new tax, and you know they'll listen to me. Regards, Aguinar. This is the one that did some new tax. I don't know. And then the other source that we wanted to show, sorry, there's no sound right now, is this one, which is talking about the switches on the island of MYST. Marker switches. The vault is located blank. The island of, I'm assuming MYST, but I don't know for sure. Could be anything. But look, it's got like the tail of a Y, right? Achieved very easily. Instructions are follows. Each of the marker switches, turn everyone something on position. Then, as a final step, turn there to the blank. So we only have half of the instructions for the marker switches to get to the vault, which I don't even know what the vault is yet, I don't think. Interesting. Okay. Is that all I want to show right now? I think so. Let's go get a blue page from... I don't know, do we just want to go back to Mechanical Age because that one's easier to return home than Selenitic is? And then we still have Channelwood to do stuff in. We've done like nothing in Channelwood, except I think maybe we found a page, but I think only one color. I'm not sure. I love finding half pages in puzzle games, yeah. It's been very satisfying to figure some of this stuff out so far. Don't let me forget. Here. I'm gonna write it down. That's the easiest way to not let me forget. I'm making a note with a question mark. 3 blue pages? Maybe, I think. It's not like you know enough to make judgment. Yeah, no final judgments yet. Exactly. I was asking, is Rand older? I do not know. I don't know if you were looking for chat to help you or for me. 3 blue pages may be left, so we're gonna go in search of a blue page. Okay. I kind of want to go back to... We might as well go back to Channelwood. We might as well go somewhere new, and then we're not doubling back to something we've already seen. And Channelwood's not too big of a pain to get home or back. What is this set to right now? Actually, let me look at the tree first. I forget if it's down or up. I'm guessing it's all the way down, right? Does that make this just go kind of slow? Ooh, come on, Jen. We're not good at pushing the right buttons here. Oh, this doesn't send you down. You have to make this thing go down. That's fine. That door opening noise gets me every time. Sends me straight back to AIM. Ready. Get set. And go. This animation isn't quite the smoothest, but we got it. We did it. Back to Channelwood. Hopefully we get to see the lightning bugs again. Channelwood's my favorite. You avoided getting cut in half by the elevator. You can get cut in half? I did not know that. We have avoided death in this game thus far. Oh no. I'm scared that there are ways to die in this game. Oh, you can't. Oh, well. You had me fooled. So what we did when we were here before, we routed the steam to, like, there was a little bridge that we had to build across, and then we took an elevator up. I think we just used it to get to the exit. There was another room upstairs that maybe had a page in it. I don't remember. The frogs might lick you. Think you're a big bug. Hey, Pet Rock, how's it going? Welcome in. It's always how I feel about elevators. I remember people talking about how surprised they were that you could get squished by the elevator in Outer Wilds. Like, pretty early on, you can just die from the elevator. It's great. The design of the elevator is much something that could pinch you in half. Oh, yeah. Let's see if this reset the things that we had already done here. No, the bridge is still here. Okay. Which means the pipe is still here too. Let's go this way. Has all the weight of a large tree behind it. Yeah. Yeah, it's powerful. Now, is this just the exit though? Or is this a way up to explore? That part I don't remember. This is just the exit. It's just this one room that you can't escape from. Okay, let's go home. No, we gotta keep exploring. There's another, you can see that other treehouse in the distance. We have to reroute the steam to the other elevator. But that should be pretty easy. I think to the left is just a pipe and not a bridge, right? Well, let's check anyway. Yeah, it's just the pipe. So when we want to come home, we have to reroute to that other pipe. I say home, but they keep referring to MYST as their prison, so... Although... it's interesting that they're trapped on MYST inside of... Are they just trapped inside of the book? I don't know. We don't know enough yet. Don't answer that. Okay, let's go to the beginning. There's the other elevator right there. And then I think we have a map of this area saved somewhere. This is the first place we need to route steam, yeah. Can we use this one? What was the problem with this? I can't remember. Oh, it's up and we can't recall it. But there's like what looks to be stairs, but it won't let us use them. No, I wanted to click that. There we go. And this is oh god, I do not like the controls in this area. This is going here. And now we want it to go to the right instead. Okay. Oh my gosh. Walk, don't turn, please. Now let's find our map. I'm gonna have to pause the game for a second to get this. I think it's this one? It's way too big. I don't know how helpful this is, but this is for this island. We don't have that many notes, so. Looking at the changes they made in the VR version of this, the switches now have levers sticking up so you don't have to reach the floor. Oh, that's really nice. That's a good change, I think. For someone who's only ever played this version, though, so take that for what you will. Can we turn here? We can, but all it does is have us look back this way. So then, if I'm looking at this map, are we even able to tell where our starting point is? I don't know that it's helpful at all. What about the shapes of these platforms? Does that help us? Or the shape of this? This is a square. I want to make this larger again. I don't know that that's terribly helpful. But we have it. Oh, hang on one second. I know you can't hear baby at the door right now, but she's at the other door, so I'm gonna have to take care of her real quick. Hang on, friends. We're back. She's just in a mood today. Cats. We can only go straight here too, which doesn't look like anything that I saw on that map at this point. I guess, okay. Let's go forward. Maybe we're in this like upper right-hand corner of that map. If we go forward and then it branches out into 2, then maybe we know where we are. Doesn't it kind of look like that's where we are starting? And then there should be a triangle to the left and a square to the right. This should be a triangle dead end to the left. Well, it doesn't look like a triangle, does it? But it is a dead end, so that's something. No, we want to go to this one. And then we should be able to go right only. Oh, I haven't been doing a good job of looking around. We need to find stuff here. A blue page specifically. You should be able to go right or straight. Let's go straight. And then left, because that's going to lead us to a dead end. Sort of. God, I need to look around in all these. I'm afraid I'm going to miss stuff. This one's a dead end in this little corner. So far the map's helping, actually. Okay, but there's nothing here. So then we're gonna go left. We're making a little bit of a loop here. Anything? Then this takes us back to a square one. And the stuff to the right we've already seen before. So we can go left. And this only has one exit. Oh. Yeah, to the right. Okay, that's the matches. It's matching up. But this takes us to the elevator that we can't use. So there weren't any pages. Is there one in here? No. And this isn't powered. So then what was the point of all this? Did we miss some of the buildings? Maybe. It looks like at one point there was a connecting path. Oh, there. How do we get over to that? I feel like we've been there before, but maybe not. Does this open? This little staircase? No. You might miss stuff, but worrying won't help. This is true. This is very true. Okay, so we're going back to this square. There's only one way to go from here, according to the map. Maybe there was some basket or something I could have clicked on? Oh no. And this is kind of sort of where we started. Oh, BB the cat. She wants the world to know that she's the true gamer of the family. Duncan is fast asleep. He doesn't care about MYST apparently, but BB has words. Where does this go? Oh, I'm gonna get lost if I start improvising. I don't know. Let's do it anyway. Seems important. How do we power this thing? What is it? What did that do? Did that lower a bridge or something? This is on the map here. Future bridge. I think this is where that new bridge is that wasn't constructed before. Did I look at the screen while I did it? Oh, does that open the door over there? That opens the staircase door, doesn't it? Here, let's click it again. Cool. So now we can go back this way. I don't know. This is how we got up in the first place. This is it's like a little arrow triangle shape, maybe. Maybe it is a triangle and I just didn't realize it before. Okay, we got this. I could just go back down, but I wanted to try to get to the thing that we just unlocked. This is the one way. This is this other node. I think we're just gonna do the loop again because I didn't remember to look at all of the stuff and see if there were any pages. But so far, not a lot to click on. And it's all very beautiful. I don't mind spending additional time here. My cat. I hope it doesn't bother you to have a little cat meowing in the background. She means well. She's nothing but affectionate in the most needy way. Would I want to live here? I mean, you know, they'd have to add certain amenities, I think. But, we could make it work. How did I already get turned around here? Dang it, Jen. Okay, this is the one with 2 exits. So then we go here. If we go to the right, there's like a circle thing. To the left, oh, this isn't built yet. Off to the left, I can't even look over there. Let's stand out on the bridge and look over there. That's the elevator exit. Okay, we can get to that with the extra steam and whatnot. Okay. So then we're doing this loop again. So we're going to this circle node. Gonna Gonna take a left, gonna look at everything and click on everything just to be extra certain. Because I feel like I missed something. Okay, this is a one-way. This is a dead end over here. Maybe there's a vase that we forgot to click on. Oop. No? The kitty's good? Okay, good. She's great. We love her very much. She's a little noisy sometimes, but that's okay. It looks like there were future plans for buildings sketched onto this map up here, but nothing ever got finished. And I can't even turn to the left here. Can I turn? That was weird. It like makes you walk straight through that room. All right. Kitty sound fits into this landscape. Wasn't sure if it was in the game or not. Really? Oh, perfect. Yeah, it's just part of the game. That's what we were going for. Can't click on these baskets. This should take us back to the spiral, actually. Right? That's where this is leading us, or no? Yeah, so this is what we just opened. Okay, cool. We missed 2 rooms, though. But we can get back to them. Oh, this is open now. Okay, so now we can put the steam elsewhere, right? We can put the steam over here and walk up and call the elevator down. Why do we want to do that? I'll figure it out. Let's go back up really quick. Really quick. Don't mind me. This is making us dizzy though. Because we can get inside of this elevator, but we haven't been able to use it yet. Oh, it's not steam. I think it's like water powered, hydro powered, but I keep calling it steam. Now this bridge, this is where the arrow is pointing to future bridge. This didn't used to be here. So these are the 2 that we missed on our loop. And then it'll bring us back around. And this is where one of these had the switch on it. Okay. I'm satisfied. This is the square. On the other side of this, is the exit. You can't see it, but if we could look out the window, we would see it. And if I go to the right, we do the loop again. And if I go to the left, we can go back to the elevator we came up in. So, do we want... Right now, this elevator is up. Do we want to bring it back down so both of the elevators are on the bottom level? Is that what's going on here? Why does it matter? What are we even trying to do? I can't remember. Maybe let's have everything be on the ground level and go from there. If we mess it up, we can always reverse it. So we want to go to the left. No, I'm so turned around. No, go back in here. Presumably you're trying to do something which is not nothing. You're right. This looks promising. This is a dead end here. Oh, this is the switch. Okay. Dang, why am I so confused? No, I was doing so good with the map and then I got turned around. Well, here's where we came up. I just don't get, like, why... We've been to every room on the top floor, and we know how to get home. So why do we even care that much about this elevator? That's what I don't understand. Oh, because it goes somewhere different. No, wait. Maybe it goes somewhere different. Okay, so then let's go back. Maybe the other elevator doesn't matter at all. No, it's right there. I don't know. Just do it, Jen. It's fine. Don't worry about it. This game is gorgeous. Hey, Nobe, how's it going? Yeah, this is the most gorgeous level we've seen so far. In my opinion. So you can hear the water powering this one. Doing something. Maybe it's not an elevator. Maybe it's like a little thing that carries us across. Ah. Maybe. Oops, keep going up. Keep going up. There's our cool looking windmill. That's in the picture. Okay. Eventually, I figure it out. I'm a sucker for any kind of forest, woodland kind of environment. Yeah. It's very nice. Just wait till you see this area at night. There's lightning bugs. Can't wait to see the new version of this. New area unlocked. We don't have... Oh, it's very windy. We don't have a map for this area, though. So I'll hide the map that we have. Well, I'll just make this smaller. We might need this little, like, windmill symbol in a second. It's so windy. What's back here? We're so high up! Is the wind too loud? Hopefully there's a blue page in here. We need more clues. Oh, broken chairs. Moldy cheese. A drawer. Excuse me, can I look inside of this, please? No? Game, why do you tease me like this? Every time I hover over it, it just does the backwards arrow. There's a sink over here. Not anything we can click on there yet. What about this one? Does this have something in it? A pink page. We're looking for blue. It's got a cool globe. What about these drawers under the bed? Oh, yes! Okay, I need to screen capture this. Yes, yes, yes. It says... Here, let me save it first. Other half of paper. Because the first one I saved as half of paper. Alright, let's read it. Vault access. Something in very plain view on MYST, and access can be something easily if the simple directions are followed. First, locate the switches on the island. Something of these switches to the... It's telling you to set all of them to the whichever function. Go to the dock. Okay, why am I doing this? Why don't I just show you both at the same time? We'll put them together. Come on, Jen, you got this. Ready? Oh, this is very exciting. Look at, they fit together. Oh, come on. All right, I'm gonna have to pause the music because I'm looking at it in OBS. It won't let me keep the window open while I read off of this. Ta-da! Marker switch vault access. Island of MYST. The vault is located in very plain view on the Island of MYST, and access can be achieved very easily if the simple instructions are followed. First, locate each of the marker switches on the island. Turn every one of the switches to the on position. Then, go to the dock, and as a final step, turn the marker switch there to the off position. Yay! Ding, 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 ding. Very excited. Can you tell? This is important. This has bottles, a knife, other stuff in it. So then if this one has a... How close can you get them? That's as close as I was able to get them in OBS. I'm sure I could mess with it and make it look better, but we don't need to do that in the middle of stream. If this has a pink page in this room, then does that mean that that's maybe Sirius's room? Don't answer that, but maybe. But these symbols, these like rotatey globe things, we've seen those before. We saw those back on Stone Ship. It seems to be all that's in here. Ooh, what's the picture on this bottle? Can we look at this bottle closer? No? Oh, never mind. Okay. Cool. Dang, I didn't want to get another pink page yet. Alright, let's keep looking around. Let's keep exploring. We know we can get back here if we need to. I'm wondering, based on the books that we've read, if both of the sons have, like, areas and islands that they both visited with their father. If the two rooms show up in the ones where they both visited it in the stories. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh dear. Let's take some channel wood notes, shall we? I haven't taken any new notes since our visit this stream. Channel wood. Top level. Room behind elevator has a pink page and globe. I don't know, I'll just call it a toy for now, but that's not what it is. Room with blue face hologram. It almost sounds like it's backwards or like slowed down. Deep voice. Number, hi, it's good to see you. Hello, hello. Slowed down. Reversed, maybe. We're taking notes. We've made some new discoveries today. Very encouraging. If I click this, does it play again? You can tear stuff in half. Is that where it tore that page in half? Can we put it back together? There's like a mask. There's like a hidden door. Oh dear. Oh, maybe it's not hidden. What are these things? These green candle things? Green candlesticks. And symbols on the walls. So this is not a hidden door. This is just the way out. I thought it was supposed to be disguised. And then we've got this chopping machine. I wonder if, will that hologram play again if I exit and come back in? Or do I have to like watch the VOD for this? Let's see if that door closes when I walk away. Yeah. Okay, it plays again. So creepy. I wonder if I'll recognize them. They look like they're yelling or screaming. I don't know what's going on. That's okay, Number. Me neither, really. Not fully. At least not yet. We're getting there. Alright, let's go out this way. So far this has all been one way, which is much easier than the confusing map from earlier. Is that about to change, though? Okay, cool. You can just go around this room if you want to. Is there gonna be a blue page over here? Is this the other bedroom? God, it's so windy. Oh, we can't even walk further in here? Yes, we can. There's like all these tools. A blue page, yes. Okay, what is this? Let's write like end room, because this is the dead end. Dead end room has some kind of projector, maybe? Is this game spooks or just puzzles? It's just puzzles. It's like a little bit eerie. There's like some skulls and skeletons and poison, but so far, like, not jump scared, not terror. More like a mystery novel, kind of scary. Yeah. Suspenseful music, dark areas with, I don't know, you have to use their flashlight to get through. So this is what just played, this first button. Is this gonna speed it up, maybe? The area I'm studying for a research project kind of looks like a long-eared meditating alien. Interesting, Chai. Lurking while I study. Nice, yeah. Appreciate the lurk. I hope studying goes well. Sounds very intriguing. It's like zooms in on his mouth. It does not sound slowed down. It sounds like another language. Okay, so this has 4 buttons. All different versions of the same hologram. Well, maybe not the exact same one, but it plays different holograms of the blue thing. 2 is zoomed in on his mouth. Is 4 also zoomed in?
I hope I pushed the right button. Very interesting device, dear brother. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? He is preparing. Remember, take only 1 page.
Okay. So I'm not great with recognizing their faces. I think Aguinar wrote these recordings. I think that's Aguinar talking, but this 4th one is Sirius, who erased whatever Aguinar had put there, but I'm not sure. And he's saying that Aguinar's preparing, but when we go back, we'll know who's who. So erase the 4th recording. He's preparing. Only take 1 page. But we're kind of doing like the Stardew Valley nefarious dating multiple villagers game, because I'm trying to turn in as many pages as I can for both people, and then the final page only to one of the 2 of them, because I think the more pages you give, the more clues you get. I don't think that's what they want you to do. They want you to pick like only blue or only red, but how would you know which one to pick if you just pick one from the very beginning with like no clue either way? And when we first picked up a page, before we turned any pages in, you couldn't understand the recordings at all, so we did like 1 of each, and then we got the message that was like, hey, you're gonna have to pick 1 eventually. I have a thought on what he's saying, but I don't think it's canon. Interesting, Ta. Maybe save that for spoiler chat for now, and we can ponder on it after we finish. Just noticed half a page hadn't been printed. Uni printers, please. Oh no. Oh yeah, we've still got the marker page thing up here. I'm gonna hide that because it's not really relevant to what we're doing at this moment, but we're gonna need it later. Red or blue pill, exactly. I'm guessing whichever one of these you select is what plays in the other room. I think they're connected somehow. I know you can't hold both, Zork, but we went to a place, got a blue, and brought it back. Went to a place, got a pink, brought it back. Like, you can continue to go and come back and bring more pages. Oh, we can't walk to the other side of the room. Okay, well, I think that's all there is to do here for now. I don't know if we can mess with these things in another way. Oh, because Number was asking? Oh, you can't carry 2 pages at once. This is true, yes. Does this play from the other side of the room when you come in from this direction? What does it do? All right, let's test our theory. Yeah, it changes which one plays. This does not affect the recording. Weird. Very weird. I don't want to put my head in there. Yeah, this device is scary. Bees, hi! Thank you for the raid. Welcome in. Parker says in the new VR you can hold multiple pages. Oh, that's cool. Yes. That's a good improvement. Yes. Hi, yes. Friends. Welcome. How was your stream? What were you up to? Can we get a shout out, please? Thank you, Maggie.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my goodness. Afflicture, hi. Kizzy, hi. Thank you for those follows, friends. Welcome. I'm Jen the Human. Yes. I do wholesome and peaceful gaming and exploration and logic. We're working on MYST today. This is day 3. Thank you so much. I hope you had a fantastic stream. Playing... Where did it go? Dwarf Romantic. What is that? I've not heard of that. And Kush, thank you. Welcome in. Afflicture, thank you for the follow as well. And Kelsey, I think I was saying it wrong before. Welcome in. It's good to have you here. Have you all played MYST? Are you familiar with this game? I feel like it's a classic. It's a must-play OG point-and-click puzzle, but not everybody's heard of it, so MYST games are a lot of fun. And for context, I have played Riven as a kid, but never MYST. We're finally getting into it. I feel like we're quite far. We're having to make decisions about which brother to save. Dwarf Romantic is a super cool world-building puzzle-based game where you have a hexagon tiles that have little towns, forests, rivers, trains, or other things, and you get points based off how many edges of a tile line up. Oh, cool. Were you playing with friends then? Also, Buzz, here comes the hive. I like this raid message too. That's cute. We've picked up this blue page for now because we want to get more clues based on Agonar's recordings. It's seeming more and more like Sirius is suspicious, but we don't know for sure yet. You played Riven, but not MYST. That's rare. We had the CD-ROMs when I was a kid. Oops, I went the wrong way. And I thought the game was so beautiful and so cool looking. I was obsessed with it. I saw my dad playing it, so I decided to give it a try. I was like 14 or 15. Didn't fully grasp what was going on. Used the guide to solve a lot of the puzzles, if not all but like one. And then I went online afterwards and did all the Easter eggs too, because I was so into it. So it's a single player game. It'd be great with turn-based multiplayer. Yeah, okay. Riven was great too. It had so many discs, exactly. And I love the tram train system that would shoot you between the islands. Oh, I just thought it was so cool. And that tube underwater. Story-wise, MYST can be considered a prologue of sorts. Not much actually happens in MYST compared to Riven. Gotcha. And see, the funny thing is I don't remember. Like, I think these names probably are all over Riven, but I do not remember the story at all. I remember the settings and the scenery, and I remember listening to like Coldplay Speed of Sound while I was playing the game. Yeah. Kai, welcome in. How's it going? It's good to see you. Tubes equal peak game design. Yes. So many tubes. I think we want to head back down now, and we want to reroute the water power to get us out of here and turn this page in. We got what we came for. At least for now. We're probably gonna have to come back. I don't know what that recording was. There's something else to that. I feel like we'll have to watch it in reverse or something. It's probably saying what it is that Aguinar and or Sirius wants us to believe. I'm just not smart enough to put it together yet. We'll get there. Hopefully. We should be... Oh yeah, I was like, we should be near the staircase. We need this staircase. At best, this game explains some of how and why the player is there in Riven knowing nothing about what is going on. Gotcha. Okay. My friend you're talking about, you're plenty smart, Jen. I said yet. We'll get there. I just haven't figured it out yet. Going back down. And actually... Oh no, never mind. I was thinking if we flip this very first switch, it'll send us to the exit, but it won't. Not yet. We have to do this and then at least one other one. Let's go back here. We haven't seen this in a while. We're clutching our blue page. I feel like blue pages are gonna... The way things are going so far, those are the ones that we're going to want to turn in. Because Sirius is seeming more and more suspicious. And I feel like... But I don't know. I feel like the game wants you to mistrust Aguinar because the father tells you that Aguinar burned the books. But you don't know that he knows that for sure. I don't think there's anything else to do in here, right? It just shows you the pipes that are getting the water for the water power. And we turned it on a long time ago, so we should be good. Engineer, how's it going? Welcome in. Indeed. So this is routed over here. Then it's routed over here. Then here. And now I think we just want it to go to the left. Yeah. And we should be able to go home. I'm well, got some school stuff sorted out for the next few months. Nice. That's good. I'm sure that feels great to have things sorted and settled. Cross this bridge. No, don't look back. Keep walking, please. Thank you. I'm sure we've been talking about the VR version of this game a little bit. I'm guessing some of those movement things are better in other versions where you don't accidentally click the control to turn instead of move forward. That's happened to us all too many times. All right. Let's go back. For now. style of game is throwing me back to elementary school, but I like this. Oh my gosh, engineer, did you hear that we're gonna be playing Zoombinis on stream? Speaking of point and click puzzle CD-ROM games. Yeah. Alright, let's get our next clue. This is gonna be, I'm gonna take notes. I'm gonna add to the notes we already have. Blue book. Agonar. If you have the lore emote, use it now. We're taking notes.
Ah, good. Still more blue pages, you bastard.
2 more.
Bring more. I must have some more.
Bring more.
All I ask of you. Long. It's been so long since my brother, Cirrus, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes. Pretty speech. It's been greed, which is endless.
Greed
Perfectly obvious to you.
is endless.
He's done evil and he has destroyed all before. Do not bring the red pages to him.
He has
Not let him trick you. He believed you.
done evil.
He tricked our father. Hideously murdered our father. He'll trick you. He'll murder you. Don't touch the
Dang.
red pages. I beg you to bring the blue pages. To me. Listen, you must obey me. Blue pages are my only hope. You must help me. You must help me.
Okay, that was a lot. So he's very distressed. And Agonar says, good, 2 more pages, bring more, that's all I ask of you. So long. It's been so long since Cirrus wrongfully imprisoned me in this book. His greed, which is endless, his pretty speech, he has done evil, do not let him trick you. He tricked our father, he murdered our father, he'll murder you, I beg you, you must obey me, you must help me. Whew, that's a lot. And recapping some of the other things he said in previous ones. Don't listen to him, I beg you. He's an egotistical fool and a liar.
Yay.
Kelsey, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you. Welcome to the human race. Enjoy your Earth badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Happy Sunday. You must obey me. I know that line is really ominous. He said some really ominous things. He said, I will have my retribution. And then in the very beginning, you can tell that either the father was tricked or something, because the father writes in his journal that Agonar burned the books and messed everything up. Is one of your mods? Oh, that's wonderful. Mods rule. Mods. Thank you, mods. Right on. Welcome on in. We're so glad to have you. Taw, thank you for thanking the mods. We have an incredible mod team, and I think you would know, Bees, of like modding for Outer Wilds and preventing spoilers, and all of that is so hard. So yeah, appreciate all of you very much. Oh, that's a perfect emote. Is this yours? No, this is Andy Ray cosplay, but I love that. Zarel, thank you for thanking the mods. It's good to see you. Okay, so these are all the notes for Agonar. We have 2 more pages, so we can get more. We can get 1 more before we can't undo it. Potentially. Both of them say, don't touch the blue pages, don't touch the red pages. I don't know that we've done something irreversible. It's possible, but again, I just don't think we would have enough, like, clues to continue. My bonk emote does have the green mod sword. Oh, nice. That's so cute. Your little bees are really, really cute. I like the heart one a lot too. I wanted to recap something else that Cirrus had said. Oh, no, and I also wanted to touch on, based on accent and voice and how their faces look, that Cirrus is the one that erased Agonar's recording. Oh, these are so good. Yo, do you all have like follower emotes and stuff now too? These are bit emotes. Nice. We haven't gotten them here. I think we have animated ones unlocked, maybe, but I've not been able to progress with that yet. On Leafy, thank you so much for the follow. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. I think the father and one of the sons are played by the same person. You don't have follower emotes yet? Gotcha, me neither. I might not have animated ones. Animated might be something entirely separate. I've just seen other people like drawing them and preparing them. They're really fun. That might be a partner only thing. We don't have that. I wish they'd found a way to differentiate more and tell them apart. Oh, because it could have been the father in that other recording. I see, I see. So Cirrus is the red book. He said, you've returned an additional page. Free me from my prison. Da da da. You'll be greatly rewarded if you release me. And Cirrus is the one with the money. Follower emotes and animated emotes are to release in the fall, supposedly. Oh, thank you for the info. Okay, cool. I was gonna say I thought only partners had them. I think affiliate are getting animated by the end of the year. It's like a slow rollout, I think. But also fall. Currently for partners, but followers may get them. Or affiliates. Gotcha. Well, in any case, they're fun. We've got BTTV. We're doing okay for now. That's our animated emotes for now. If we watch this again, does it say the same thing that we just got, I wonder? I'm assuming it does.
Ah, good. Still more blue pages, you bastard. Bring more. Must have some more.
Oh, I think I can pause this. Yeah, I'm gonna head out and eat some dinner. Glad I got to pop in here. Thank you so much, Kelsey. Have a good dinner. Appreciate you. I hope it's delicious, and we will see you around. Take care. Follower emotes are only for chat. Yeah. Only for chat on that channel, and you can't use them in others. Been playing Hollow Knight recently? Oh, the Bongo Knight one is so cute. Yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't mean to close that.
Ah, good. Still more blue pages, you bastard. Bring more. I must have some more. That's all I ask of you. Long. It's been so long since my brother, Cirrus, wrongfully imprisoned me within this book. Stupid schemes. Pretty speech. It's been... Greed, which is endless. It should be perfectly obvious to you. He's done evil and he has destroyed all before. Do not bring the red pages to him. You must not let him trick you. People.
Okay, I think that's enough. I think it's interesting. They do try to differentiate. So they make his face red. They make him talk a little bit different. This is Agonar. Maybe the other recording is the... No, but doesn't he say brother? Oh, I didn't write it down. Does he say brother? Like, oh, was that important, brother? Sorry. I want to go watch the Cirrus recording really quickly. Just this one. That we're not going to go back to Channel Wood. But then we are going to open the vault. I'm not sure which ones are which in what you've been watching. Of course you have an angler emote, yeah. It comes up too often to not. I feel like we're always making Outer Wilds references, and I just thought it was a good one to have in the Discord too for when we talk in like the Outer Wilds specific channel. German, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Thanks for supporting a fellow human. Didn't pay enough attention either. Well, we know, like, that book that we just listened to is Agnar, for sure, for sure. And the other book we're about to listen to is Cirrus. So let's see if this
Have returned.
reminds us of the guy in the treehouse. I'm gonna have to watch the VOD.
On this forgotten island of MYST. I see that you are. I am called Cirrus.
Alright. I just wanted to look at his face again mostly and hear his accent. It's so fuzzy. They're uncomfortable to listen to when there's that much missing.
Yay.
Bees, thank you for gifting a sub to German. I appreciate it. Welcome to the human race. Enjoy your Earth Badge, your emotes, your ad reviewing. We're very glad to have you. Thank you so much. Thanks for that gifted sub. Is the guy in the weird mouth projection thing the brother? That's what we can't quite determine. I think the guy in the mouth projection thing is Agnar. And then I think the last recording that's like, I deleted your recording, I think is Cirrus. But I'm gonna have to watch the VOD. Another one of the mods. Oh my gosh, so much mod love. Thank you so much, Bees. We're only 2 subs away from 100. And still working towards that music stream goal. We have something planned for next week to help try to push us to the end and get that goal. But it's a surprise. I'm announcing it tomorrow. Not actually here, but wanted to make sure I follow. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. No worries. If you're lurking, I appreciate you. Thanks, lurkers. What are we doing? What am I doing right now? I'm going to turn all the switches on and then go to the docks and turn the last switch off. I think they are all on except for the one in front of the library that I just switched on. So let's look. Because you can tell which ones are on by which things are lit up. 1, 2, 2, 3. Oh no. It's hard to count. Okay, let's just go try it. If it doesn't work, then we know we missed one. Oh, bees.
Yay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You all were given the stare, given the eyes. Thank you so much for the 2 gifted subs. Welcome, Kia and Thy Lord, back to the human race. Returning subs for both of them. Enjoy your Earth Badges, your emotes, your ad-free viewing, courtesy of Bees. Thank you for the gifted subs. We made it to 100. Heck yes. That is no small feat. It's been a very good couple of months, and I really appreciate all the support. The channel's doing good. It's a blessing. Let's figure out what this switch does. The vault. What is this? Was this a certain color? Where do we take this? Was this like the final page? I took a white page out. Yeah, I don't know what to do with white pages yet, but don't tell me. I want this to be the answer to this brown book that we can't figure out. Wait, not this one. This one? This one. That has a million pages that I don't understand. I feel like this white one should go in like one of these other ones. Where has there been a book that isn't blue or red? Messed Up Books made me really scared as a kid. I was like, who would hurt the books? Oh no. Hey Banewall, how's it going? Welcome in. Also, thanks for all that hype. Selenitic, we did that. Stone Ship. All the constellations, we did that. I know, I don't like how many burned books there are. All the different color inks. You can hear me furiously clicking my mouse. Just chillin', slow day at work. Thanks for streaming, of course. Glad to be streaming for you all. Can we do anything with this in here? No, it's just the squares puzzle that we don't understand yet. How do I, like... just read a page and not put it in one of these books? I don't know yet. Let's go back here. What does our clue say? Maybe I should look at our clue. Oh, I didn't take a screen grab of both pages, but it says something about the vault. Okay, let's make a save and experiment with this page. We need to save our game anyways. I'm gonna save over... I don't know, I guess the first one, and we'll just do 1, 2, and 3. I don't need like all the save files taken up. The first one we had not done anything in yet. Although now 1 and 2 look the same, but it tells you July 18th, so that's good. Alright, what happens if we put a white page on, I guess, a blue book? Nothing.
Ah, good.
And it's the same message. Okay, cool. Test inconclusive. What other books have we seen? The MYST book. Do we need to leave and then come back and use this on the MYST book? Is that gonna mess things up? But the MYST books don't, like, talk to us. They just show the ceiling. Here. Have this page. What other notes have we taken that would help with this? Or maybe this is something we don't know what to use it for yet. There's not any books in here, right? Just this dentist chair? Yeah. No, I didn't want to go down here. Come back. Do you want this page, Tiana? Just gonna keep saying that over and over. couldn't be in this starting room, could it? Gotta run for dinner. Hope you enjoy rest of stream. Of course, enjoy dinner, absolutely. Get that post-stream relaxation, and we will see you around. Thanks again. This is something we can put into the projection pool. This room has the weirdest music of all the rooms. Okay, I don't know. I don't think we need to be down here. What about Stone Chip? Were there books in Stone Chip? Let's look back at some of our old notes, because we haven't been back to Stone Chip in a while. And I think we brought both of the pages, the red and the blue, home from Stone Chip. But maybe there were rooms that had stuff in them back there that I don't know that we ever figured out. My notes from Stone Chip say... let's see. Red square, compass. I think that's just the door to get back to that one other room back there. 2 rooms. There's a skeleton room. 2 globes. There's a desk. There's a vaccine. There's some jewelry. There's a comfy room. Oh, here. I ended up describing them as comfy room and uncomfy room. Desk with syringes, paperweight, rectangular sphere. That was strange. Oh, it turned on my flashlight automatically. Globes with arrow. And an uncomfy room. Ribcage lamp. Rose and skull light. Ripped instructions. Masks. Maps in drawers. I don't know that we need to go back to see that. Aside from Outer Wilds, I'm unsure if there are that many modern games that really capture this level of exploring wonder, confusion, of unfamiliar territory. It's always good to see the series and style get more love. Yeah. I'm considering replaying Riven too. But we'll see. We're definitely gonna play The Dig, which I think is pretty short, and then Zoombinis for some more point and click fun. I feel like we can finish all of Zoombinis in like an hour though, and get to the end. The Dig's incredible. Oh, I'm glad you approve and have also heard of it. A friend tipped us off. I think it was Wymiser that tipped us off on that one as far as Outer Wilds like follow on. That it's just got a neat story. It has to do with space. It has to do with putting together pieces of a new world, I guess. I don't know that any of this is helping me figure out where this white page goes. Found a copy in a dumpster as a child. I have no clue if it's at all popular. That's amazing. Can we use a white page on this? If we go here, I don't remember how easy it is to get back, but let's just go back, I guess. Because what I want to test is if we use the white page on the MYST book if something weird happens. Oh, perfect. Yeah, this is right here. Good. Nothing weird happens. Oh, wait. Did we die? That was so weird. I've never seen that happen. It like dissolved into the table. It had nothing to do with the white page. I've just not seen that animation yet. Creepy. If I open a door into a room that only has a singular chair in it, I am not interacting with that chair. I forgot how easy it was to get back from Stone Ship now that we've finished that puzzle, but this doesn't answer any of my questions. What is the... Okay, I want to show this page again. Marker switch vault. Achieve very easily. The instructions, turn all of them on, then go to the docks and turn that one off. Marker switch vault, but what do I do with the page? All right, let's go. Let's go to the library. We've done all of these tasks, right? We've spun the clock tower in all the directions that it can spin. It catches here. It catches here. It catches here. What is this one? Oh, this one's the clue for channel wood. And that's it. Oh, what was the other time on that clock tower? We could try putting the other time on there. It was either 3:35 or 7:15. We can try both of those and see if anything happens. But that was a very weird, subtle clue that I'm not sure is gonna amount to anything. And I really don't know what to do with this dang book, or page. Okay. Oh, that's an awful noise. Horrifying. And it didn't do anything. At least not that I can tell. Bummer. Well, we weren't expecting too much. Nope. Squeak, 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 squeak. Awful screechy noise. Where else should we go back and look at? What other notes do I have that give us any kind of indication of something we should return to? Maybe we should have stuck around at Stone Ship for longer. We can also look at the library again, which is what I want to do next, I think. The rocket ship puzzle to get to Selenetic, we did that. 59 volts was the clue for that one. I have all my notes for the sound puzzle, the whistle noise and like the different frequencies. But as far as other additional observations on that island, I didn't have any other notes. We didn't see anything else outside of the puzzle at hand. And then the map of how to get home from Selenetic. Maybe we just need to get one more of each page. Is that the end of my notes here? I think so. It's interesting because Selenetic had like only the puzzles at hand, whereas Stone Ship has a lot of other things around that you can look at and interact with, and so does mechanical. There's like lots of other details, but it's harder to figure out if any of them are useful or not. Other than storytelling, world building, getting you acquainted with the family. And now Channelwood has like a little bit of extra stuff to play with too. Do we want to take this back to the chopping machine and rip it in half? Is that what they're trying to tell us to do? Maybe. Tearing up the pieces of the pages that we found. I mean, we looked at the books in the library. What was, there was a note that I found, maybe it was in Stone Ship, about when, I can never remember the father's name, but when the father realized that someone had, like, burned the books. I think it's just in the rhyme book, though. Oh, maybe not. There's a book that says I must, oh no, we're not seeing big page on purpose. Thank you. We were for a brief moment and then I forgot it was there. There's a note that I have that says, oh, it's the message that we got. From the Imager, I think. The one that we were supposed to watch in the very beginning. I have to leave quickly. Agonar burned the books. Books in places of protection. If you forget access keys, remember the tower rotation. Okay, so that talks about... That's like the very, very beginning projection pool weird image of the father's face. He says, I'll find the sons. Or I'll find the sons. Me, Jen, will find the sons. Man, I should have watched that again, probably. Might as well, because I think I am going to want to go back to Stone Ship, I guess. Oh no, I'm going the wrong way. I think what we're gonna do is, since it's easy to get home from Stone Ship, we're gonna watch the projection message again, which is really odd, and then we're going to go to Stone Ship, and then next stream I think we're gonna go back to Channelwood and figure out if that's where we're supposed to take this page. Because there's still more to do there. There's that backwards thing that we haven't figured out what it's saying. How many of these were there? It's so loud. Was it 7? Was it 8? God, it makes just the most uncomfortable noises. I forget if I wrote this down or not, to be completely honest with you. I'm looking though. It's 8, not 7. Okay, cool. This is so loud. So weird sideways face.
My books have been destroyed. Catherine is one of our sons. I suspect Agonar, but I shouldn't come to conclusions. I'll find him and Cirrus as well. Oh, I should have known better than to have left my library unchecked for so long. Well, I've removed the remaining undamaged books from the library and placed them in their places of protection. You shouldn't have to use the books until I return, but if you've forgotten the access keys, remember the tower rotation. Oh, and don't worry, Catherine. Everything will be fine. I'll see you shortly. Oh, and erase this message after you've viewed it, just to be safe.
I didn't erase it. I don't know how to erase it. I'm glad I didn't. So it's good that we watched that again because he said, I think it was Aguinar, but I shouldn't assume. I never wrote that part down. Are you sure the game expects you to interpret the backwards message? Well, no, I have no idea. I don't really understand that question. Like, I don't want you leading me to any particular conclusions, you know? Like, we're gonna try everything. No hints, yeah. I don't think that was a hint, but also please no leading questions. Yeah, it's okay though. Like, that's not that big of a deal. Just a reminder. Thanks, friends. No, the reason I want to take this back to... What was that? Oh, it's like a bird shadow. The reason I want to take this back to Channelwood, I think, is because I'm wondering if we can, like, chop this page in half, but why would we want to do that? I don't know. First, we're gonna go to Stone Ship again. I know we were just here, but I forgot that I wanted to look... I didn't just want to test the page on the exit book. I wanted to look at the rooms again. And we get to those through here. Oh, but now we have to do... Oh. Ah, but this shouldn't be too hard. Don't we just have to push this pump one time? Yeah, we're good. You all are outstanding at not spoiling or hinting at anything in this game, to be perfectly honest, because this is not a new game. It's not like, you know, I'm avoiding spoilers of a brand new playthrough here. So I appreciate letting me roam around, even though the puzzle solutions are very accessible. These are fun. I don't know what these do. Now, if I pick up... I don't want to accidentally pick up a red or a blue page, though, because then I'll drop the white page. Oh, there's that fabric. Look at that. The black ship fabric. There's your curtains, yeah. These are the vaccine bottles. There's another one of those. We've seen this design of, like, knife before. Syringes. This thing that I don't know what it does. I guess that's kind of all there is in here. Pretty sure they're hard drugs. You know, who's to say? Oh, was there something on the bed at one point? I think there was. Because it let us zoom way in on this bed. Weird. Anyway. Let's go then to the other one, which I think we can get to from here. You're just sitting on the bed. Oh. Okay, cool. Makes more sense in free roam mode. Yeah, some of the clicking is like a little bit... I'm not sure which way we're facing, but I guess we're facing that way now. Now I never remember which way to turn when we come out of this hallway. I think we want to go down the steps to the other room, right? Yeah. Also, Cyber, how's it going? Welcome in. There's like bottles of stuff and antlers and these masks again, which are the same masks that are in the room in Channelwood, I think. This is that rose thing, right? Yeah. Maps. Maps. Are all these maps? This we have a screenshot of. We used this already. We got the vault. See, we have the page to prove it. But what does it mean? Yeah, I guess that's it. Nothing really to rehash here. I mean, now that we're going back, like, you really start to see some of these similar patterns. The masks on the wall, the green candles kind of remind me of the green candlesticks in Channelwood. I think we've seen like an antler statue very similar to these, but a little bit bigger. Maybe in that bedroom on Channelwood. Potions and stuff. Interesting. Does this have drawers underneath? No. And this weird rib cage does not do anything from what I can tell. And I can't look up. I can't look down. There aren't any other like camera angles that we're missing here. Okay. I don't know. I feel pretty satisfied with that visit. Just to refresh what we've seen and like if it rings any bells and we go, oh, that's what that means. I know now. I didn't really have any of that, but good to double check. It's at the top of here. Other than cool music and ambient rain. Oh, this was how we figured out the initial puzzle. Dang, that music's nice too. Okay, but we gotta go. We gotta go back. Man, what time is it? I kind of want to go see if we can go to... Oh, this is so odd. If we can go back to Channelwood and it means anything more now, you know? Look at all the fish! Neat. There's gonna be something that clicks for me for what to do with this. To do with this page. At some point, it'll make sense. I feel like there's gotta be a book in here that it goes to. But we looked at all these. What else haven't we done since the very beginning? I mean, we haven't gone back into this tower in a while, but I feel like we got all the tower rotations, but maybe not. This doesn't catch on anything else. New Ace, hi, how's it going? Happy Sunday. It's good to see you. I just had the best frozen white pizza with spinach. That sounds delicious, Loki. Yeah, please share if you are eating something as delicious as that. We want to know all about it. Sorry, this noise is super annoying. I'm just trying to remember if there's some place we want to go that we haven't gone. I don't know. I think we've done all these puzzles. Make it make sense. Okay, I don't know. Let's go. Very good mood because I've lost around 6 or so pounds. Started run. Oh, nice. Good to hear you're getting some exercise, moving your body around. That's awesome. And I'm glad it's putting you in a good mood too. Healthy body, healthy mind, that sort of thing. What else haven't we done since the beginning? I mean, we haven't come in here since the beginning, but there's no place in here to put a piece of paper. There's no books in this room. We checked over by Tiana's grave. We checked the initial, like, projection room. We could go to Mechanical Age and see if there's a book for this page there, but... Mechanical Age just has a bunch of weird stuff in it. Like a music box and a bird wind-up toy. Watching a speedrun, nice. Today's a small cheat day because we had grad party, nice. That's fun. Looks like new laptop has arrived in Home City. Now waiting for Postal to deliver it. Okay, very cool. Can I ask what you're looking for? We're kind of nothing. I guess we're ultimately trying to find where to put this white page, but we're also just sort of retracing our steps and refreshing our memory of different things that we've seen along the way, because there are some areas I haven't been back to in a really long time, and I'm wondering if I forgot something. But I don't know that there's a new spot to go to. I don't want to go back to Selenitic. May I ask if you've talked to Dad? Maybe... It's interesting that you say, may I ask, and then you go ahead and ask it. You all are always, feel free to message mods too and say like, hey, is it okay if I ask this? Because if you're asking me directly, like, you're already giving away the question you're going to ask. I have gone back to the original projection pool from the first day. We took some more notes about it. It was sort of helpful. Our dad says that he's gonna go find the sons, and he says he thinks it was Aguinar that burnt the books, but he shouldn't assume which son it was. And then my other plan of action is to go back to Channelwood again and watch that message again, and that weird chompy thing. let's stay away from leading questions or like questions in general. If you're curious about what I have or have not done yet, you can always whisper a mod to ask, or whisper somebody in chat that looks like, you know, they've been watching for a while, they know what's happened already. We also, it's kind of late in the stream for this, but we have a spoiler chat in the Discord specifically for like asking questions like that, like, oh, has she done this, has she tried this, has she been here, that sort of thing, which is always fun. It was very, very important part of our Outer Wilds playthrough to have that spoiler chat. Most games don't need it as much as Outer Wilds needs it. Yeah, we don't need to go back into the clock tower. I'm assuming that even though I like messed with the clock tower controls, that Mechanical Age door is still open to us, but I don't think we need to go back to Mechanical Age. I really don't. Yeah. I don't know, let's try doing this annoying little tree thing. Let's try going back to Channelwood. Maybe we'll save once we go there. And then we'll wrap up. I'm trying to find a good place to wrap up, but I'm also very unsatisfied with where we are right now. Let me watch and see how far down this is, or how far up this is, rather. I missed that you figured out Clock Tower. The place trips up a lot of people. Oh my gosh. Sierra. It was our second stream of it. Let's just say that. We were absolutely tripped up by it when we first got there. I spent forever on that dang puzzle, not realizing how to get it. Yeah, okay, yep. We got through today. I figured out that holding the lever does the middle thing, but I had no clue. And it's just a little, like, you know, enough of an annoyance of a mechanical thing that I was... whatever. I'm glad we got there. This is going so slow this time around. It's fine. Patiently. Patiently. Whee! The first stream we had... Where did we leave off after the first one? Was it just the end of Stone Ship? Or did we do Stone... No, we did Stone Ship. Oh, and Selenetic. We finished, like, we escaped from Selenetic at the end of the first stream. And then last stream was pretty much just messing around with the Mechanical Age, like, gear puzzle, the clock tower puzzle. And then we went to Channelwood and walked around and figured out how to exit Channelwood, but not get the rest of the stuff in it. So last stream of this was a bit fumbling around. Still fun. Okay. I like how easy these puzzles are. Really smart. They're so easy to get back to for most of them. Other than Selenetic, which I'm still not sure if the music note thing will take you home. I doubt it. But these other ones were able to, like, just come back in and jump back into the puzzle where we left off. Saraha, hi, welcome in, it's good to see you. My first time seeing the new name in chat. I like it. I hope you're having a good Sunday. The staircase is so long. And then we want this elevator. Ooh. Thank you. Hope you're having a good Sunday as well. I am. It's been really good. We made a lot of progress in the game today. I feel accomplished. So the room that we want to go to is the one behind the elevator. Right? Yeah, this has the choppy thing. Okay, we're gonna watch the weird message again. Wait, nope, this is the wrong room. My notes were confusing, apparently. Let's go this way! Oh, the dead end room. Okay, I just have bad, like, notes for which room is which, but we'll get there. There's 3 rooms, not just 2. This is the one with the weird message.
Yay.
Semi-Cortex. Thank you for gifting a sub to Saraha. I appreciate it. Saraha, welcome back to the human race. Enjoy your Earth Badge, your emotes, your ad-free viewing. We're very glad to have you. Thank you for the gifted sub. Enjoy all the hype. See, my theory here was that maybe we could, like, shred this piece of paper in half. I think this room just shows you that whoever used it maybe shredded that other piece of paper in half. Or, you know, far worse, this is like an extremely dangerous looking device. I don't know why my brain goes to paper, because that's the thing we've seen. But you can, like, just rip paper. You don't need this to do it. I don't know. I'm stuck in a bit of a loop here. I've got my heart set on something that's not actually the solution. What is this game about? That's a good question. It is about a father and his sons, and they came up with this way to get to different ages and islands by use of books. So you open a book and it, like, teleports you to another age. And you're uncovering the mystery and solving the puzzle of what happened to them and what happened to their family, I guess, as you go. It's a complicated, long story. It's much more complicated than that, but, like, in the most basic way, that's about what I know still at this point, and we've been playing this for how many hours now? Magic Treehouse Travel, yeah. Not all the worlds look like this. This one's my favorite with all the trees and there's little frogs and stuff in the water below us. But some very cool scenery, some very cool rooms and things to look at. It's interesting, why do they have us go in this angle that we can look at this other side of the room like that? I don't know. But here's this again. Should we press this 4th one again? That's the only one we can understand.
I hope I pushed the right button. Very interesting device, dear brother. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? He is preparing. Remember, take only 1 page.
Okay, so that said, very interesting device, dear brother. Weird. MYST, I haven't thought about this game since ye old days. Hey Jeffrey, how's it going? Welcome in. Yeah, we've been chipping away at it for a few streams now. With over 6 nap games, 3 books, planned Netflix series, it's really complicated. Very. Maybe we will wrap up there then. I think we want to get... We have two pages for each book left. We have 2 red pages that we can bring back. I think one from Selenitic and one from... Here is the other red page. It's in the other room. And then 2 blue pages, one from also Selenitic, I think. And one from Mechanical Age, I think. But maybe we just want one of each, and then we listen to the last recording and then make our decision, and then maybe we know what to do with the white page. But interesting, I think we're gonna drop the white page if we take that route. So maybe we can't do anything with the white page yet. We'll open the vault later, because I think if we drop it, it'll go back inside the vault. Curse of Monkey Island has a cheeky dig at MYST at one point, really? Let's watch these one more time. These are so odd. What is this supposed to be? MYST was on a Simpsons episode. I'm not surprised. It doesn't help that they have this music. Running at the same time as these. I feel like it covers it up a bit.
I hope I pushed the right button. Very interesting device, dear brother. I'm not erasing anything important, am I? He is preparing. Remember, take only 1 page.
Take only 1 page. Alright. Weird. Oh, I can close that door apparently. Okay, cool. And we can come back in here. And we can watch this again if we really want to. It's gonna be the same, the brother that erased the message. We can chop him.
The right button. Very interesting device, dear brother. I'm not erasing anything important.
Alright, I don't want to watch it again though. Yeah, I don't know. Let's go back down here and show off the rest of this area, because this is like the windy, scary part of this level, but I like the rest of Channelwood much better. And then I think we'll save and wrap up for the day. This was good. You do a great job of making me want nothing to do with either brother. Yeah, I don't really trust or have an affection towards either of the 2 brothers. This tree area is my favorite place too. Yeah, it's great, especially when it gets to nighttime. Although we haven't seen it at nighttime during this stream. Or I guess dusk more than nighttime, but now we hear the little froggies. Pretty. And there's a windmill. Yeah, it's real nice. I'm trying to decide if I want to go back or not. Oh, there was... Well, if we want a pink page, there's one that we can grab here. I think I want to get the other blue page first. So we have to get the blue page from... Mechanical. I think. It's hard, I'm having trouble keeping track. Well, let me write down, because I know we didn't grab either of the pages from Selenetic. Because I'm dreading going back to doing that puzzle again, the tunnel puzzle. Even though we have a map. Maybe I'll do that off stream. I'll grab the page that we need off stream. Except you'll have to do it twice to get both pages. Oh, interesting. That's why we want to leave that one for last. 1 red, 1 blue, and then Channelwood should have 1 red. Mechanical should have 1 blue. Hopefully. Supposedly I did that right. If not, it's no big deal. Let's go ahead and save. We'll stay here for now, because I might want to be back at this spot when we start up next time we play. And grab the next page. How does that sound?